David Crockett, His Life and Adventures, by John S. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brett Downey. David Crockett, Chapter 1. Parentage and Childhood. A little more than 100 years ago, a poor man, by the name of Crockett, embarked on board an emigrant ship, in Ireland, for the New World. He was in the humblest station in life. But very little is known respecting his uneventful career, excepting its tragical close. His family consisted of a wife and 3 or 4 children. Just before he sailed, or on the Atlantic passage, a son was born, to whom he gave the name of John. The family probably landed in Philadelphia, and dwelt somewhere in Pennsylvania for a year or 2, in one of those slab shanties with which all are familiar as the abodes of the poorest class of Irish emigrants. After a year or 2, Crockett, with his little family, crossed the almost pathless Alleghanies. Father, mother, and children trudged along through the rugged defiles and over the rocky cliffs on foot. Probably a single pack-horse conveyed their few household goods. The hatchet and the rifle were the only means of obtaining food, shelter, and even clothing. With the hatchet, in an hour or 2, a comfortable camp could be constructed, which would protect them from the wind and the rain. The camp-fire, cheering the darkness of the night, drying their often wet garments, and warming their chilled limbs with its genial glow, enabled them to enjoy that almost greatest of earthly luxuries, peaceful sleep. The rifle supplied them with food. The fattest of turkeys and the most tender steaks of venison, roasted upon forked sticks, which they held in their hands over the coals, feasted their voracious appetites. This, to them, was almost sumptuous food. The skin of the deer, by a rapid and simple process of tanning, supplied them with moccasins and afforded material for the repair of their tattered garments. We can scarcely comprehend the motive which led this solitary family to push on, league after league, farther and farther from civilization, through the trackless forests. At length they reached the Holston River. This stream takes its rise among the western ravines of the Alleghanies, in southwestern Virginia. Flowing hundreds of miles through one of the most solitary and romantic regions upon the globe, it finally unites with the Clinch River, thus forming the majestic Tennessee. 100 years ago this whole region, west of the Alleghanies, was an unexplored and an unknown wilderness. Its silent rivers, its forests, and its prairies were crowded with game. Countless Indian tribes, whose names even had never been heard east of the Alleghanies, ranged this vast expanse, pursuing, in the chase, wild beasts scarcely more savage than themselves. The origin of these Indian tribes and their past history are lost in oblivion. Centuries have come and gone, during which joys and griefs, of which we now can know nothing, visited their humble lodges. Providence seems to have raised up a peculiar class of men, among the descendants of the emigrants from the Old World, who, weary of the restraints of civilization, were ever ready to plunge into the wildest depths of the wilderness, and to rear their lonely huts in the midst of all its perils, privations, and hardships. This solitary family of the Crocketts followed down the northwestern banks of the Hawkins River for many a weary mile, until they came to a spot which struck their fancy as a suitable place to build their cabin. In subsequent years a small village called Rogersville was gradually reared upon this spot, and the territory immediately around was organized into what is now known as Hawkins County. But then, for leagues in every direction, the solemn forest stood in all its grandeur. Here Mr. Crockett, alone and unaided save by his wife and children, constructed a little shanty, which could have been but little more than a hunter's camp. He could not lift solid logs to build a substantial house. The hard-trodden ground was the only floor of the single room which he enclosed. It was roofed with bark of trees piled heavily on, which afforded quite effectual protection from the rain. A hole cut through the slender logs was the only window. A fire was built in one corner, and the smoke eddied through a hole left in the roof. The skins of bears, buffaloes, and wolves provided couches, all sufficient for weary ones, who needed no artificial opiate to promote sleep. Such, in general, were the primitive homes of many of those bold emigrants who abandoned the comforts of civilized life for the solitudes of the wilderness. They did not want for most of what are called the necessaries of life. The river and the forest furnished a great variety of fish and game. Their hut, humble as it was, effectually protected them from the deluging tempest and the inclement cold. The climate was genial in a very high degree, and the soil, in its wonderful fertility, abundantly supplied them with corn and other simple vegetables. But the silence and solitude which reigned are represented, by those who experienced them, as at times something dreadful. One principal motive which led these people to cross the mountains was the prospect of an ultimate fortune in the rise of land. Every man who built a cabin and raised a crop of grain, however small, was entitled to 400 acres of land, and a preemption right to 1,000 more adjoining, to be secured by a land office warrant. In this lonely home, Mr. Crockett, with his wife and children, dwelt for some months, perhaps years, we know not how long. One night the awful yell of the savages was heard, and a band of human demons came rushing upon the defenseless family. Imagination cannot paint the tragedy which ensued. Though this lost world, ever since the fall of Adam, has been filled to repletion with these scenes of woe, it causes one's blood to curdle in his veins as he contemplates this one deed of cruelty and blood. The howling fiends were expeditious in their work. The father and mother were pierced by arrows, mangled with the tomahawk, and scalped. One son, severely wounded, escaped into the forest. Another little boy, who was deaf and dumb, was taken captive and carried by the Indians to their distant tribe, where he remained, adopted into the tribe, for about 18 years. He was then discovered by some of his relatives, and was purchased back at a considerable ransom. The torch was applied to the cabin, and the bodies of the dead were consumed in the crackling flames. What became of the remainder of the children, if there were any others present in this midnight scene of conflagration and blood, we know not. There was no reporter to give us details. We simply know that in some way John Crockett, who subsequently became the father of that David whose history we now write, was not involved in the general massacre. It is probable that he was not then with the family, but that he was a hired boy of all work in some farmer's family in Pennsylvania. As a day laborer he grew up to manhood, and married a woman in his own sphere of life, by the name of Mary Hawkins. He enlisted as a common soldier in the Revolutionary War, and took part in the battle of King's Mountain. At the close of the war, he reared a humble cabin in the frontier wilds of North Carolina. There he lived for a few years, at but one remove, in point of civilization, from the savages around him. It is not probable that either he or his wife could read or write. It is not probable that they had any religious thoughts, that their minds ever wandered into the regions of that mysterious immortality which reaches out beyond the grave. Theirs was apparently purely an animal existence, like that of the Indian, almost like that of the wild animals they pursued in the chase. At length, John Crockett, with his wife and 3 or 4 children, unintimidated by the awful fate of his father's family, wandered from North Carolina, through the long and dreary defiles of the mountains, to the sunny valleys and transparent skies of East Tennessee. It was about the year 1783. Here he came to a rivulet of crystal water, winding through majestic forests and plains of luxuriant verdure. Upon a green mound, with this stream flowing near his door, John Crockett built his rude and floorless hut. Punching holes in the soil with a stick, he dropped in kernels of corn, and obtained a far richer harvest than it would be supposed such culture could produce. As we have mentioned, the building of this hut and the planting of this crop made poor John Crockett the proprietor of 400 acres of land of almost inexhaustible fertility. In this lonely cabin, far away in the wilderness, David Crockett was born, on the 17th of August, 1786. He had then 4 brothers. Subsequently, 4 other children were added to the family. His childhood's home was more humble than the majority of the readers of this volume can imagine. It was destitute of everything which, in a higher state of civilization, is deemed essential to comfort. The wigwam of the Indian afforded as much protection from the weather, and was as well furnished as the cabin of logs and bark which sheltered his father's family. It would seem, from David Crockett's autobiography, that in his childhood he went mainly without any clothing, like the papooses of an Indian squaw. These facts of his early life must be known, that we may understand the circumstances by which his peculiar character was formed. He had no instruction whatever in religion, morals, manners, or mental culture. It cannot be supposed that his illiterate parents were very gentle in their domestic discipline, or that their example could have been of any essential advantage in preparing him for the arduous struggles of life. It would be difficult to find any human being, in a civilized land, who could have enjoyed less opportunities for moral culture than David Crockett enjoyed in his early years. There was quite a fall on the Nolichucky River, a little below the cabin of John Crockett. Here the water rushed foaming over the rocks, with fury which would at once swamp any canoe. When David was 4 or 5 years old, and several other emigrants had come and reared their cabins in that vicinity, he was one morning out playing with his brothers on the bank of the river. There was a canoe tied to the shore. The boys got into it, and, to amuse themselves, pushed out into the stream, leaving little David, greatly to his indignation, on the shore. But the boys did not know how to manage the canoe, and though they plied the paddles with all vigor, they soon found themselves caught in the current, and floating rapidly down towards the falls, where, should they be swept over, the death of all was inevitable. A man chanced to be working in a field not far distant. He heard the cries of the boys, and saw their danger. There was not a moment to be lost. He started upon the full run, throwing off coat and waistcoat and shoes in his almost frantic speed, till he reached the water. He then plunged in, and, by swimming and wading, seized the canoe when it was within but about 20 feet of the roaring falls. With almost superhuman exertions, he succeeded in dragging it to the shore. This event David Crockett has mentioned as the first which left any lasting imprint upon his memory. Not long after this, another occurrence took place characteristic of frontier life. Joseph Hawkins, a brother of David's mother, crossed the mountains, and joined the Crockett family in their forest home. One morning he went out to shoot a deer, repairing to a portion of the forest much frequented by this animal. As he passed a very dense thicket, he saw the boughs swaying to and fro, where a deer was apparently browsing. Very cautiously he crept within rifle shot, occasionally catching a glimpse, through the thick foliage, of the ear of the animal, as he supposed. Taking deliberate aim, he fired, and immediately heard a loud outcry. Rushing to the spot, he found that he had shot a neighbor, who was there gathering grapes. The ball passed through his side, inflicting a very serious, though not a fatal wound, as it chanced not to strike any vital part. The wounded man was carried home, and the rude surgery which was practised upon him was to insert a silk handkerchief with a ramrod in at the bullet hole, and draw it through his body. He recovered from the wound. Such a man as John Crockett forms no local attachments, and never remains long in one place. Probably someone came to his region and offered him a few dollars for his improvements. He abandoned his cabin, with its growing neighborhood, and packing his few household goods upon 1 or 2 horses, pushed back 50 miles farther southwest into the trackless wilderness. Here he found, about 10 miles above the present site of Greenville, a fertile and beautiful region. Upon the banks of a little brook, which furnished him with an abundant supply of pure water, he reared another shanty, and took possession of another 400 acres of forest land. Some of his boys were now old enough to furnish efficient help in the field and in the chase. How long John Crockett remained here we know not. Neither do we know what induced him to make another move. But we soon find him pushing still farther back into the wilderness, with his hapless family of sons and daughters, dooming them, in all their ignorance, to the society only of bears and wolves. He now established himself upon a considerable stream, unknown to geography, called Q Creek. David Crockett was now about 8 years old. During these years immigration had been rapidly flowing from the Atlantic States into this vast and beautiful valley south of the Ohio. With the increasing immigration came an increasing demand for the comforts of civilization. Framed houses began to rise here and there, and lumber, in its various forms, was needed. John Crockett, with another man by the name of Thomas Galbraith, undertook to build a mill upon Cove Creek. They had nearly completed it, having expended all their slender means in its construction, when there came a terrible freshet, and all their work was swept away. The flood even inundated Crockett's cabin, and the family was compelled to fly to a neighboring eminence for safety. Disheartened by this calamity, John Crockett made another move. Knoxville, on the Holston River, had by this time become quite a thriving little settlement of huts. The main route of emigration was across the mountains to Abington, in southwestern Virginia, and then by an extremely rough forest road across the country to the valley of the Holston, and down that valley to Knoxville. This route was mainly traversed by pack horses and emigrants on foot, but stout wagons with great labor could be driven through. John Crockett moved still westward to this Holston Valley, where he reared a pretty large log house on this forest road, and opened what he called a tavern for the entertainment of teamsters and other emigrants. It was indeed a rude resting place, but in a fierce storm the exhausted animals could find a partial shelter beneath a shed of logs, with corn to eat, and the hardy pioneers could sleep on bearskins, with their feet perhaps soaked with rain, feeling the warmth of the cabin fire. The rifle of John Crockett supplied his guests with the choicest venison steaks, and his wife baked in the ashes the journey cake, since called Johnny cake, made of meal from corn pounded in a mortar or ground in a hand mill. The brilliant flame of the pitch pine knot illuminated the cabin, and around the fire these hardy men often kept wakeful until midnight, smoking their pipes, telling their stories, and singing their songs. This house stood alone in the forest. Often the silence of the night was disturbed by the cry of the grizzly bear and the howling of wolves. Here David remained 4 years, aiding his father in all the laborious work of clearing the land and tending the cattle. There was of course no school here, and the boy grew up in entire ignorance of all book learning. But in these early years he often went into the woods with his gun in pursuit of game, and, young as he was, acquired considerable reputation as a marksman. One day a Dutchman by the name of Jacob Seiler came to the cabin, driving a large herd of cattle. He had gathered them farther west, from the luxuriant pastures in the vicinity of Knoxville, where cattle multiplied with marvelous rapidity, and was taking them back to market in Virginia. The drover found some difficulty in managing so many half-wild cattle as he pressed them forward through the wilderness, and he bargained with John Crockett to let his son David, who, as we have said, was then 12 years of age, go with him as his hired help. Whatever wages he gave was paid to the father. The boy was to go on foot with this Dutchman 400 miles, driving the cattle. This transaction shows very clearly the hard and unfeeling character of David's parents. When he reached the end of his journey, so many weary leagues from home, the only way by which he could return was to attach himself to some immigrant party or some company of teamsters and walk back, paying for such food as he might consume, by the assistance he could render on the way. There are few parents who could thus have treated a child of 12 years. The little fellow, whose affections had never been more cultivated than those of the whelp of the wolf or the cub of the bear, still left home, as he tells us, with a heavy heart. The Dutchman was an entire stranger to him, and he knew not what treatment he was to expect at his hands. He had already experienced enough of forest travel to know its hardships. A journey of 400 miles seemed to him like going to the uttermost parts of the earth. As the pioneers had smoked their pipes at his father's cabin, he had heard many appalling accounts of the bloody conflicts with the Indians, of massacres, scalpings, tortures, and captivity. David's father had taught him very sternly one lesson, and that was implicit and prompt obedience to his demands. The boy knew full well that it would be of no avail for him to make any remonstrance. Silently, and trying to conceal his tears, he set out on the perilous enterprise. The cattle could be driven but about 15 or 20 miles a day. Between 20 and 30 days were occupied in the toilsome and perilous journey. The route led them often through marshy ground, where the mire was trampled knee-deep. All the streams had to be forded. At times, swollen by the rains, they were very deep. There were frequent days of storm, when, through the long hours, the poor boy trudged onward, drenched with rain and shivering with cold. Their fare was most meager, consisting almost entirely of such game as they chanced to shoot, which they roasted on forked sticks before the fire. When night came, often dark and stormy, the cattle were generally too much fatigued by their long tramp to stray away. Some instinct also induced them to cluster together. A rude shanty was thrown up. Often everything was so soaked with rain that it was impossible to build a fire. The poor boy, weary and supperless, spattered with mud and drenched with rain, threw himself upon the wet ground for that blessed sleep in which the weary forget their woes. Happy was he if he could induce one of the shaggy dogs to lie down by his side, that he might hug the faithful animal in his arms, and thus obtain a little warmth. Great was the luxury when, at the close of a toilsome day, a few pieces of bark could be so piled as to protect from wind and rain, and a roaring fire could blaze and crackle before the little camp. Then the appetite which hunger gives would enable him to feast upon the tender cuts of venison broiled upon the coals, with more satisfaction than the gourmand takes in the choicest viands of the restaurant. Having feasted to fullness, he would stretch himself upon the ground, with his feet to the fire, and soon be lost to all earth's cares in sweet oblivion. The journey was safely accomplished. The Dutchman had a father-in-law by the name of Hartley, who lived in Virginia, having reared his cabin within about 3 miles of the Natural Bridge. Here the boy's contract came to an end. It would seem that the Dutchman was a good sort of man, as the world goes, and that he treated the boy kindly. He was so well pleased with David's energy and fidelity that he was inclined to retain him in his service. Seeing the boy's anxiety to return home, he was disposed to throw around him invisible chains, and to hold him a captive. He thus threw every possible hindrance in the way of his return, offered to hire him as his boy of all work, and made him a present of $5 or $6, which perhaps he considered payment in advance, which bound the boy to remain with him until he had worked it out. David soon perceived that his movements were watched, and that he was not his own master to go or stay as he pleased. This increased his restlessness. 4 or 5 weeks thus passed away, when, one morning, 3 wagons laden with merchandise came along, bound to Knoxville. They were driven by an old man by the name of Duggan, and his 2 stalwart sons. They had traversed the road before, and David had seen the old man at his father's tavern. Secretly the shrewd boy revealed to him his situation, and his desire to get back to his home. The father and sons conferred together upon the subject. They were moved with sympathy for the boy, and, after due deliberation, told him that they should stop for the night about 7 miles from that place, and should set out again on their journey with the earliest light of the morning, and that if he could get to them before daylight he might follow their wagons. It was Sunday morning, and it so happened that the Dutchman and the family had gone away on a visit. David collected his clothes and the little money he had, and hid them in a bundle under his bed. A very small bundle held them all. The family returned, and, suspecting nothing, all retired to sleep. David had naturally a very affectionate heart. He never had been from home before. His lonely situation roused all the slumbering emotions of his childhood. In describing this event he writes: "I went to bed early that night, but sleep seemed to be a stranger to me. For though I was a wild boy, yet I dearly loved my father and mother, and their images appeared to be so deeply fixed in my mind that I could not sleep for thinking of them. And then the fear that when I should attempt to go out I should be discovered and called to a halt filled me with anxiety." A little after midnight, when the family were in profoundest sleep, David cautiously rose, and taking his little bundle, crept outdoors. To his disappointment he found that it was snowing fast, 8 inches having already fallen, and the wintry gale moaned dismally through the treetops. It was a dark, moonless night. The cabin was in the fields 1/2 mile from the road along which the wagons had passed. This boy of 12 years, alone in the darkness, was to breast the gale and wade through the snow, amid forest glooms, a distance of 7 miles, before he could reach the appointed rendezvous. For a moment his heart sank within him. Then, recovering his resolution, he pushed out boldly into the storm. For 3 hours he toiled along, the snow rapidly increasing in depth until it reached up to his knees. Just before dawn of the morning he reached the wagons. The men were up, harnessing their teams. The Dunns were astounded at the appearance of the little boy amid the darkness and the tempest. They took him into the house, warmed him by the fire, and gave him a good breakfast, speaking to him words of sympathy and encouragement. The affectionate heart of David was deeply moved by this tenderness, to which he was quite unaccustomed. And then, though exhausted by the toil of a 3 hours' wading through the drifts, he commenced, in the midst of a mountain storm, a long day's journey upon foot. It was as much as the horses could do to drag the heavily laden wagons over the encumbered road. However weary, he could not ride. However exhausted, the wagons could not wait for him. Neither was there any place in the smothering snow for rest. Day after day they toiled along, in the endurance of hardships now with difficulty comprehended. Sometimes they were gladdened with sunny skies and smooth paths. Again the clouds would gather, and the rain, the sleet, and the snow would envelop them in glooms truly dismal. Under these circumstances, the progress of the wagons was very slow. David was impatient. As he watched the sluggish turns of the wheels, he thought he could travel very much faster if he should push forward alone, leaving the wagons behind him. At length he became so impatient, thoughts of his home having obtained entire possession of his mind, that he informed Mr. Dunn of his intention to press forward as fast as he could. His elder companions deemed it very imprudent for such a mere child, thus alone, to attempt to traverse the wilderness, and they said all they could to dissuade him, but in vain. He therefore early the next morning bade them farewell, and with light footsteps and a light heart tripped forward, leaving them behind and accomplishing nearly as much in one day as the wagons could in 2. We are not furnished with any of the details of this wonderful journey of a solitary child through a wilderness of 100 or 200 miles. We know not how he slept at night, or how he obtained food by day. He informs us that he was at length overtaken by a drover, who had been to Virginia with a herd of cattle, and was returning to Knoxville, riding one horse and leading another. The man was amazed in meeting a mere child in such lonely wilds, and upon hearing his story, his kind heart was touched. David was a frail little fellow, whose weight would be no burden for a horse, and the good man directed him to mount the animal which he led. The boy had begun to be very tired. He was just approaching a turbid stream, whose icy waters, reaching almost to his neck, he would have had to wade but for this providential assistance. Travelers in the wilderness seldom trot their horses. An animal who naturally walks fast is of much more value than one which has obtained high speed upon the race course. Thus, Pleasantly mounted, David and his kind protector rode along together until they came within about 15 miles of John Crockett's tavern, where their roads diverged. Here David dismounted, and bidding adieu to his benefactor, almost ran the remaining distance, reaching home that evening. "The name of this kind gentleman," he writes, "I have forgotten, for it deserves a high place in my little book. A remembrance of his kindness to a little straggling boy has, however, a resting place in my heart, and there it will remain as long as I live." It was the spring of the year when David reached his father's cabin. He spent a part of the summer there. The picture which David gives of his home is revolting in the extreme. John Crockett, the tavern keeper, had become intemperate, and he was profane and brutal. But his son, never having seen any home much better, does not seem to have been aware that there were any different abodes upon earth. Of David's mother we know nothing. She was probably a mere household drudge, crushed by an unfeeling husband, without sufficient sensibilities to have been aware of her degraded condition. Several other cabins had risen in the vicinity of John Crockett's. A man came along, by the name of Kitchen, who undertook to open a school to teach the boys to read. David went to school 4 days, but found it very difficult to master his letters. He was a wiry little fellow, very athletic, and his nerves seemed to be made of steel. When roused by anger, he was as fierce and reckless as a catamount. A boy, much larger than himself, had offended him. David decided not to attack him near the schoolhouse, lest the master might separate them. He therefore slipped out of school just before it was dismissed, and running along the road, hid in a thicket, near which his victim would have to pass on his way home. As the boy came unsuspectingly along, young Crockett, with the leap of a panther, sprang upon his back. With tooth and nail he assailed him, biting, scratching, pounding, until the boy cried for mercy. The next morning David was afraid to go to school, apprehending the severe punishment he might get from the master. He therefore left home as usual, but played truant, hiding himself in the woods all day. He did the same the next morning, and so continued for several days. At last the master sent word to John Crockett, inquiring why his son David no longer came to school. The boy was called to account, and the whole affair came out. John Crockett had been drinking. His eyes flashed fire. He cut a stout hickory stick, and with oath declared that he would give his boy an eternal sight worse whipping than the master would give him, unless he went directly back to school. As the drunken father approached brandishing his stick, the boy ran, and in a direction opposite from that of the schoolhouse. The enraged father pursued, and the unnatural race continued for nearly a mile. A slight turn in the road concealed the boy for a moment from the view of his pursuer, and he plunged into the forest and hid. The father, with staggering gait, rushed along, but having lost sight of the boy, soon gave up the chase and returned home. This revolting spectacle, of such a father and such a son, over which one would think that angels might weep, only excited the derision of this strange boy. It was what he had been accustomed to all his life. He describes it in ludicrous terms, with the slang phrases which were ever dropping from his lips. David knew that a terrible whipping awaited him should he ever go back to the cabin. He therefore pushed on several miles to the hut of a settler whom he knew. He was, by this time, too much accustomed to the rough and tumble of life to feel any anxiety about the future. Arriving at the cabin, it so chanced that he found a man, by the name of Jesse Cheek, who was just starting with a drove of cattle for Virginia. Very readily David, who had experience in that business, engaged to accompany him. An elder brother also, either weary of his wretched home or anxious to see more of the world, entered into the same service. The incidents of this journey were essentially the same with those of the preceding one, though the route led 200 miles farther into the heart of Virginia. The road they took passed through Abingdon, Wytheville, Lynchburg, Charlottesville, Orange Court House, to Front Royal in Warren County. Though these frontier regions then, 75 years ago, were in a very primitive condition, still young Crockett caught glimpses of a somewhat higher civilization than he had ever encountered before in his almost savage life. Here the drove was sold, and David found himself with a few dollars in his pocket. His brother decided to look for work in that region. David, then 13 years of age, hoping tremblingly that time enough had elapsed to save him from a whipping, returned his thoughts to homeward. A brother of the drover was about to return on horseback. David decided to accompany him, thinking that the man would permit him to ride a part of the way. Much to his disgust, the man preferred to ride himself. The horse was his own. David had no claim to it whatever. He was therefore left to trudge along on foot. Thus he journeyed for 3 days. He then made an excuse for stopping a little while, leaving his companion to go on alone. He was very careful not again to overtake him. The boy had then, with $4 in his pocket, a foot journey before him of between 300 and 400 miles, and this was to be taken through desolate regions of morass and forest, where, not unfrequently, the lurking Indian had tomahawked, or gangs of half-famished wolves had devoured the passing traveler. He was also liable, at any time, to be caught by night and storm, without any shelter. As he was sauntering along slowly, that he might be sure and not overtake his undesirable companion, he met a wagoner coming from Greenville, in Tennessee, and bound for Gerardstown, Berkeley County, in the extreme northerly part of Virginia. His route lay directly over the road which David had traversed. The man's name was Adam Myers. He was a jovial fellow, and at once won the heart of the vagrant boy. David soon entered into a bargain with Myers, and turned back with him. The state of mind in which the boy was may be inferred from the following extract taken from his autobiography. I omit the profanity, which was ever sprinkled through all his utterances. I often thought of home, and indeed wished bad enough to be there. But when I thought of the schoolhouse, and of Kitchen, my master, and of the race with my father, and of the big hickory stick he carried, and the fierceness of the storm of wrath I had left him in, I was afraid to venture back. I knew my father's nature so well that I was certain his anger would hang on to him like a turtle does to a fisherman's toe. The promised whipping came slap down upon every thought of home. Traveling back with the wagon, after 2 days' journey, he met his brother again, who had then decided to return himself to the parental cabin in Tennessee. He pleaded hard with David to accompany him, reminding him of the love of his mother and his sisters. The boy, though all unused to weeping, was moved to tears, but the thought of the hickory stick and of his father's brawny arm decided the question. With his friend Myers he pressed on, farther and farther from home, to Gerardstown. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. David Crockett, His Life and Adventures, by John S.C. Abbott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. David Crockett, Chapter 2. Youthful Adventures. The wagoner, whom David had accompanied to Gerardstown, was disappointed in his endeavors to find a load to take back to Tennessee. He therefore took a load to Alexandria, on the Potomac. David decided to remain at Gerardstown till Myers should return. He therefore engaged to work for a man by the name of John Gray, for 25 cents a day. It was light farm work in which he was employed, and he was so faithful in the performance of his duties that he pleased the farmer, who was an old man, very much. Myers continued for the winter in teaming backward and forward between Gerardstown and Baltimore, while David found a comfortable home of easy industry with the farmer. He was very careful in the expenditure of his money, and in the spring found that he had saved enough from his small wages to purchase him a suit of coarse but substantial clothes. He then, wishing to see a little more of the world, decided to make a trip with the wagoner to Baltimore. David had then $7 in his pocket, the careful savings of the labors of half a year. He deposited the treasure with the wagoner for safekeeping. They started on their journey, with a wagon heavily laden with barrels of flour. As they were approaching a small settlement called Ellicott's Mills, David, a little ashamed to approach the houses in the ragged and much bespattered clothes which he wore on the way, crept into the wagon to put on his better garments. While there, in the midst of the flour barrels piled up all around him, the horses took fright at some strange sight which they encountered, and in a terrible scare, rushed down a steep hill, turned a sharp corner, broke the tongue of the wagon and both of the axle trees, and whirled the heavy barrels about in every direction. The escape of David from very serious injuries seemed almost miraculous. But our little barbarian leaped from the ruins unscathed. It does not appear that he had ever cherished any conception whatever of an overruling providence. Probably a religious thought had never entered his mind. A colt running by the side of the horses could not have been more insensible to every idea of death and responsibility at God's bar than was David Crockett. And he can hardly be blamed for this. The savages had some idea of the Great Spirit and of a future world. David was as uninstructed in those thoughts as are the wolves and the bears. Many years afterward, in writing of this occurrence, he says, with characteristic flippancy, interlarded with coarse phrases, "This proved to me, if a fellow is born to be hung, he will never be drowned. and further, that if he is born for a seat in Congress, even flour barrels can't make a mash of him. I didn't know how soon I should be knocked into a cocked hat, and get my walking papers for another country." The wagon was quite demolished by the disaster. Another was obtained, the flour reloaded, and they proceeded to Baltimore, dragging the wreck behind them, to be repaired there. Here young Crockett was amazed at the aspect of civilization which was opened up before him. He wandered along the wharves, gazing bewildered upon the majestic ships, with their towering masts, cordage, and sails, which he saw floating there. He had never conceived of such fancies before. The mansions, the churches, the long lines of brick stores excited his amazement. It seemed to him that he had been suddenly introduced into a sort of fairyland. All thoughts of home now vanished from his mind. The great world was expanding before him, and the curiosity of his intensely active mind was roused to explore more of its wonders. One morning he ventured on board one of the ships at a wharf, and was curiously and cautiously peering about, when the captain caught sight of him. It so happened that he was in need of a sailor boy, and being pleased with the appearance of the lad, asked David if he would not like to enter into his service to take a voyage to London. The boy had no more idea of where London was, or what it was, than of a place in the moon, but eagerly he responded, "Yes," for he cared little where he went or what became of him. He was so glad of an opportunity to see more of the wonders of this unknown world. The captain made a few inquiries respecting his friends, his home, and his past modes of life, and then engaged him for the cruise. David, in a state of high, joyous excitement, hurried back to the wagoner to get his $7 of money and some clothes he had left with him. But Myers put a very prompt veto upon the lad's procedure, assuming that he was the boy's master, and declared that he should not go to sea. He refused to let him have either his clothes or his money, asserting that it was his duty to take him back to his parents in Tennessee. David would gladly have fled from him, and embarked without money and without clothes, but the wagoner watched him so closely that escape was impossible. David was greatly downhearted at this disappointment, and watched eagerly for an opportunity to obtain deliverance from his bondage. But Myers was a burly teamster who swung a very heavy wagon whip, threatening the boy with a heavy punishment if he should make any attempt to run away. After a few days, Myers loaded his team for Tennessee, and with his reluctant boy set out on his long journey. David was exceedingly restless. He now hated the man who was so tyrannically domineering over him. He had no desire to return to his home, and he dreaded the hickory stick with which he feared his brutal father would assail him. One dark night, an hour or two before the morning, David carefully took his little bundle of clothes, and creeping noiselessly from the cabin, rushed forward as rapidly as his nimble feet could carry him. He soon felt quite easy in reference to his escape. He knew that the wagoner slept soundly, and that 2 hours at least must elapse before he would open his eyes. He then would not know with certainty in what direction the boy had fled. He could not safely leave his horses and wagon alone in the wilderness to pursue him, and even should he unharness one of the horses and gallop forward in search of the fugitive, David, by keeping a vigilant watch, would see him in the distance, and could easily plunge into the thickets of the forest, and thus elude pursuit. He had run along 5 or 6 miles, when just as the sun was rising he overtook another wagon. He had already begun to feel very lonely and disconsolate. He had naturally an affectionate heart and a strong mind, traits of character which gleamed through all the dark clouds that obscured his life. He was alone in the wilderness, without a penny, and he knew not what to do or which way to turn. The moment he caught sight of the teamster, his heart yearned for sympathy. Tears moistened his eyes, and hastening to the stranger, the friendless boy of but 13 years frankly told his whole story. The wagoner was a rough, profane, burly man, of generous feelings. There was an air of sincerity in the boy which convinced him of the entire truth of his statements. His indignation was aroused, and he gave expression to that indignation in unmeasured terms. Cracking his whip in his anger, he declared that Myers was a scoundrel, thus to rob a friendless boy, and that he would lash the money out of him. This man, whose name also chanced to be Myers, was of the tiger breed, fearing nothing, ever ready for a fight, and almost invariably coming off the conqueror. In his generous rage he halted his team, grasped his wagon whip, and, accompanied by the trembling boy, turned back, breathing vengeance. David was much alarmed, and told his protector that he was afraid to meet the wagoner, who had so often threatened him with his whip. But his new friend said, "Have no fear. The man shall give you back your money, or I will thrash it out of him." They had proceeded but about 2 miles when they met the approaching team of Adam Myers. Henry Myers, David's new friend, leading him by the hand, advanced menacingly upon the other teamster, and greeted him with the words, "You accursed scoundrel! What do you mean by robbing this friendless boy of his money?" Adam Myers confessed that he had received $7 of the boy's money. He said, however, that he had no money with him, and that he invested all he had in articles in his wagon, and that he intended to repay the boy as soon as they got back to Tennessee. This settled the question, and David returned with Henry Myers to his wagon, and accompanied him for several days on his slow and toilsome journey westward. The impatient boy, as once before, soon got weary of the loitering pace of the heavily laden team, and concluded to leave his friend and press forward more rapidly alone. It chanced one evening that several wagons met, and the teamsters encamped for the night together. Henry Myers told them the story of the friendless boy, and that he was now about to set out alone for the long journey, most of it through an entire wilderness, and through a land of strangers, wherever there might chance to be a few scattered cabins. They took up a collection for David and presented him with $3. The little fellow pressed along, about 125 miles down the valley between the Allegheny and the Blue Ridges, until he reached Montgomery Courthouse. The region then, nearly 3/4 of a century ago, presented only here and there a spot where the light of civilization had entered. Occasionally the log cabin of some poor emigrant was found in the vast expanse. David, too proud to beg, when he had any money with which to pay, found his purse empty when he had accomplished this small portion of his journey. In this emergence he hired out to work for a man a month for $5, which was at the rate of about 1 shilling a day. Faithfully he fulfilled his contract, and then, rather dreading to return home, entered into an engagement with the hatter, Elijah Griffith, to work in his shop for 4 years. Here he worked diligently 18 months without receiving any pay. His employer then failed, broke up, and left the country. Again this poor boy, thus the sport of fortune, found himself without a penny, with but few clothes, and those much worn. But it was not his nature to lay anything very deeply to heart. He laughed at misfortune, and pressed on singing and whistling through all storms. He had a stout pair of hands, good nature, and adaptation to any kind of work. There was no danger of his starving, and exposures, which many would deem hardships, were no hardships for him. Undismayed, he ran here and there, catching at such employment as he could find, until he had supplied himself with some comfortable clothing, and had a few dollars of ready money in his purse. Again he set out alone and on foot for his far distant home. He had been absent over 2 years, and was now 15 years of age. He trudged along, day after day, through rain and sunshine, till he reached a broad stream called New River. It was wintry weather. The stream was swollen by recent rains, and a gale then blowing was plowing the surface into angry waves. Teams forded the stream many miles above. There was a log hut here, and the owner had a frail canoe in which he could paddle an occasional traveler across the river. But nothing would induce him to risk his life in an attempt to cross in such a storm. The impetuous boy, in his ignorance of the effect of wind upon waves, resolved to attempt to cross at every hazard, and, notwithstanding all remonstrances, he obtained a leaky canoe, which was half stranded upon the shore, and pushed out on his perilous voyage. He tied his little bundle of clothes to the bows of the boat, that they might not be washed or blown away, and soon found himself exposed to the full force of the wind, and tossed by billows such as he had never dreamed of before. He was greatly frightened, and would have given all he had in the world to have been safely back again upon the shore. But he was sure to be swamped if he should attempt to turn the boat broadside to the waves in such a gale. The only possible salvation for him was to cut the approaching billows with the bows of the boat. Thus he might possibly ride over them, though at imminent peril, every moment, of shipping a sea which would engulf him and his frail boat in a watery grave. In this way he reached the shore, 2 miles above the proper landing place. The canoe was then half full of water. He was drenched with spray, which was frozen into almost a coat of mail upon his garments. Shivering with cold, he had to walk 3 miles through the forest before he found a cabin at whose fire he could warm and dry himself. Without any unnecessary delay, he pushed on until he crossed the extreme western frontier line of Virginia, and entered Sullivan County, Tennessee. An able-bodied young man like David Crockett, strong, athletic, willing to work, and knowing how to turn his hand to anything, could, in the humblest cabin, find employment which would provide him with board and lodging. He was in no danger of starving. There was, at that time, but one main path of travel from east into the regions of the boundless West. As David was pressing along this path, he came to a little hamlet of log huts, where he found the brother whom he had left when he started from home 18 months before with the drove of cattle. He remained with him for 2 or 3 weeks, probably paying his expenses by farm labor and hunting. Again he set out for home. The evening twilight was darkening into night when he caught sight of his father's humble cabin. Several wagons were standing around, showing that there must be considerable company in the house. With not a little embarrassment he ventured in. It was rather dark. His mother and sisters were preparing supper at the immense fireside. Quite a group of teamsters were scattered around the room, smoking their pipes and telling their marvelous stories. David, during his absence of 2 years, had grown, and changed considerably in personal appearance. None of the family recognized him. They generally supposed, as he had been absent so long, that he was dead. David inquired if he could remain all night. Being answered in the affirmative, he took a seat in a corner and remained perfectly silent, gazing upon the familiar scene, and watching the movements of his father, mother, and sisters. At length supper was ready, and all took seats at the table. As David came more into the light, one of his sisters, observing him, was struck with his resemblance to her lost brother. Fixing her eyes upon him, she, in a moment, rushed forward and threw her arms around his neck, exclaiming, "Here is my brother David!" Quite a scene ensued. The returning prodigal was received with as much affection as could be expected in a family with such uncultivated hearts and such unrefined habits as were found in the cabin of John Crockett. Even the stern old man forgot his hickory switch, and David, much to his relief, found that he should escape the long-dreaded whipping. Many years after this, when David Crockett, to his own surprise, and that of the whole nation, found himself elevated to the position of one of our national legislatures, he wrote: "But it will be a source of astonishment to many, who reflect that I am now a member of the American Congress, the most enlightened body of men in the world, that, at so advanced an age, the age of 15, I did not know the first letter in the book." By the laws and customs of our land, David was bound to obey his father and work for him until he was 21 years of age. Until that time, whatever wages he might earn belonged to his father. It is often an act of great generosity for a hard-working farmer to release a stout lad of 18 or 19 from this obligation, and to give him, as it is phrased, his time. John Crockett owed a neighbor, Abraham Wilson, $36. He told David that if he would work for Mr. Wilson until his wages paid that sum, he would then release him from all his obligations to his father, and his son might go free. It was a shrewd bargain for the old man, for he had already learned that David was abundantly capable of taking care of himself, and that he would come and go where and when he pleased. The boy, weary of his wanderings, consented to the arrangement, and engaged to work for Mr. Wilson for 6 months, in payment for which the note was to be delivered up to his father. It was characteristic of David that whatever he undertook he engaged in with all his might. He was a rude, coarse boy. It was scarcely possible, with his past training, that he should be otherwise, but he was very faithful in fulfilling his obligations. Though his sense of right and wrong was very obtuse, he was still disposed to do right, so far as his uncultivated conscience revealed it to him. For 6 months David worked for Mr. Wilson with the utmost fidelity and zeal. He then received the note, presented it to his father, and, before he was 16 years of age, stood up proudly his own man. His father had no longer the right to whip him. His father had no longer the right to call upon him for any service without paying him for it. And, on the other hand, he could no longer look to his father for food or clothing. This thought gave him no trouble. He had already taken care of himself for 2 years, and he felt no more solicitude in regard to the future than did the buffalo's calf or the wolf's whelp. Wilson was a bad man, dissipated and unprincipled. But he had found David to be so valuable a laborer that he offered him high wages if he would remain and work for him. It shows a latent, underlying principle of goodness in David that he should have refused the offer. He writes: "The reason was, it was a place where a heap of bad company met to drink and gamble, and I wanted to get away from them, for I knowed very well if I stayed there I should get a bad name, as nobody could be respectable that would live there." About this time a Quaker, somewhat advanced in years, a good, honest man by the name of John Kennedy, emigrated from North Carolina, and selecting his 400 acres of land, about 15 miles from John Crockett's, reared a log hut and commenced a clearing. In some transaction with Crockett he took his neighbor's note for $40. He chanced to see David, a stout lad of prepossessing appearance, and proposed that he should work for him for 2 shillings a day, taking him 1 week upon trial. At the close of the week the Quaker expressed himself as highly satisfied with his work, and offered to pay him with his father's note of $40 for 6 months' labor on his farm. David knew full well how ready his father was to give his note, and how slow he was to pay it. He was fully aware that the note was not worth, to him, the paper upon which it was written. But he reflected that the note was an obligation upon his father, that he was very poor, and his lot in life was hard. It certainly indicated much innate nobility of nature that this boy, under these circumstances, should have accepted the offer of the Quaker. But David did this. For 6 months he labored assiduously, without the slightest hope of reward, excepting that he would thus relieve his father, whom he had no great cause either to respect or love, from the embarrassment of the debt. For a whole half year David toiled upon the farm of the Quaker, never once during that time visiting his home. At the end of the term he received his pay for those long months of labor, in a little piece of rumpled paper, upon which his father had probably made his mark. It was Saturday evening. The next morning he borrowed a horse of his employer, and set out for a visit home. He was kindly welcomed. His father knew nothing of the agreement which his son had made with Mr. Kennedy. As the family were talking together around the cabin fire, David drew the note from his pocket and presented it to his father. The old man seemed much troubled. He supposed Mr. Kennedy had sent it for collection. As usual, he began to make excuses. He said that he was very sorry that he could not pay it, that he had met with many misfortunes, and that he had no money, and that he did not know what to do. David then told his father that he did not hand him the bill for collection, but that it was a present from him, that he had paid it in full. It is easy for old, broken-down men to weep. John Crockett seemed much affected by this generosity of his son, and David says, "He shed a heap of tears." He, however, avowed his inability to pay anything whatever upon the note. David had now worked for a year without getting any money for himself. His clothes were worn out, and altogether he was in a very dilapidated condition. He went back to the Quakers, and again engaged in his service, desiring to earn some money to purchase clothes. 2 months thus passed away. Every ardent, impetuous boy must have a love adventure. David had his. A very pretty young Quakeress, of about David's age, came from North Carolina to visit Mr. Kennedy, who was her uncle. David fell desperately in love with her. We cannot better describe this adventure than in the unpolished diction of this illiterate boy. If one would understand this extraordinary character, it is necessary thus to catch such glimpses as we can of his inner life. Let this necessity atone for the unpleasant rudeness of speech. Be it remembered that this reminiscence was written after David Crockett was a member of Congress. I soon found myself head over heels in love with this girl. I thought that if all the hills about were pure chink, and all belonged to me, I would give them if I could just talk to her as I wanted to. But I was afraid to begin, for when I would think of saying anything to her, my heart would begin to flutter like a duck in a puddle. And if I tried to outdo it, and speak, it would get right smack up in my throat, and choke me like a cold potato. It bore on my mind in this way, till at last I concluded I must die if I didn't broach the subject. So I determined to begin, and hang on a-trying to speak, till my heart would get out of my throat one way or t'other. And so one day at it I went, and after several trials I could say a little. I told her how I loved her, that she was the darling object of my soul and body, and I must have her, or else I should pine down to nothing, and just die away with consumption. I found my talk was not disagreeable to her, but she was an honest girl, and didn't want to deceive nobody. She told me she was engaged to her cousin, a son of the old Quaker. This news was worse to me than war, pestilence, or famine. But still, I knowed I could not help myself. I saw quick enough my cake was dough, and I tried to cool off as fast as possible. But I had hardly safety pipes enough, as my love was so hot as mighty nigh to burst my boilers. But I didn't press my claims any more, seeing there was no chance to do anything. David's grief was very sincere, and continued as long as is usually the case with disappointed lovers. David soon began to cherish some slight idea of the deficiency in his education. He had never been to school but 4 days, and in that time he had learned absolutely nothing. A young man, a Quaker, had opened a school about 1.5 miles from Mr. Kennedy's. David made an arrangement with his employer by which he was to go to school 4 days in the week, and work the other 2 days for his board. He continued in this way for 6 months. But it was very evident that David was not born for a scholar. At the end of that time he could read a little in the first primer. With difficulty he could make certain hieroglyphics which looked like his name. He could also perform simple sums in addition, subtraction, and multiplication. The mysteries of division he never surmounted. This was the extent of his education. He left school, and in the laborious life upon which he entered, never after improved any opportunity for mental culture. The disappointment which David had encountered in his love affair only made him more eager to seek a new object upon which he might fix his affections. Not far from Mr. Kennedy's there was the cabin of a settler, where there were 2 or 3 girls. David had occasionally met them. Boy as he was, for he was not yet 18, he suddenly and impetuously set out to see if he could not pick from them one for a wife. Without delay he made his choice, and made his offer, and was as promptly accepted as a lover. Though they were both very young, and neither of them had a dollar, still, as those considerations would not have influenced David in the slightest degree, we know not why they were not immediately married. Several months of very desperate and satisfactory courtship passed away, when the time came for the nuptials of the little Quaker girl, which ceremony was to take place at the cabin of her uncle. David and his "girl" were invited to the wedding. The scene only inflamed the desires of David to hasten his marriage day. He was very importunate in pressing his claims. She seemed quite reluctant to fix the day, but at last consented, and says David, "I thought if that day come I should be the happiest man in the created world, or in the moon, or anywhere else." In the meantime David had become very fond of his rifle, and had raised enough money to buy him one. He was still living with the Quaker. Game was abundant, and the young hunter often brought in valuable supplies of animal food. There were frequent shooting matches in that region. David, proud of his skill, was fond of attending them. But his Quaker employer considered them a species of gambling, which drew together all of the idlers and vagrants of the region, and he could not approve of them. There was another boy living at that time with the Quaker. They practiced all sorts of deception to steal away to the shooting matches, under the pretense that they were engaged in other things. This boy was quite in love with a sister of David's intended wife. The staid member of the Society of Friends did not approve of the rude courting frolics of those times, which frequently occupied nearly the whole night. The 2 boys slept in a garret, in what was called the gable end of the house. There was a small window in their rough apartment. One Sunday, when the Quaker and his wife were absent attending a meeting, the boys cut a long pole and leaned it up against the side of the house, as high as the window, but so that it would not attract any attention. They were as nimble as catamounts, and could run up and down the pole without the slightest difficulty. They would go to bed at the usual early hour. As soon as all was quiet, they would creep from the house, dressed in their best apparel, and taking the 2 farm horses, would mount their backs and ride, as fast as possible, 10 miles through the forest road to where the girls lived. They were generally expected. After spending all the hours of the middle of the night in the varied frolics of the country courtship, they would again mount their horses and gallop home, being especially careful to creep in at their window before the dawn of day. The course of true love seemed for once to be running smoothly. Saturday came, and the next week, on Thursday, David was to be married. It so happened that there was to be a shooting match on Saturday, at one of the cabins not far from the home of his intended bride. David made some excuse as to the necessity of going home to prepare for his wedding, and in the morning set out early, and directed his steps straight to the shooting match. Here he was very successful in his shots, and won about $5. In great elation of spirits, and fully convinced that he was one of the greatest and happiest men in the world, he pressed on towards the home of his intended bride. He had walked but a couple of miles when he reached the cabin of the girl's uncle. Considering the members of the family already his relatives, he stepped in, very patronizingly, to greet them. He doubted not that they were very proud of the approaching alliance of their niece with so distinguished a man as himself, a man who had actually $5 in silver in his pocket. Entering the cabin, he found a sister of his betrothed there. Instead of greeting him with the cordiality he expected, she seemed greatly embarrassed. David had penetration enough to see that something was wrong. The reception she gave him was not such as he thought a brother-in-law ought to receive. He made more particular inquiries. The result we will give in David's language. She then burst into tears, and told me that her sister was going to deceive me, and that she was to be married to another man the next day. This was as sudden to me as a clap of thunder on a bright, sunshiny day. It was the capstone of all the afflictions I had ever met with, and it seemed to me that it was more than any human creature could endure. It struck me perfectly speechless for some time, and made me feel so weak that I thought I should sink down. I, however, recovered from the shock after a little, and rose and started without any ceremony, or even bidding anybody good-bye. The young woman followed me out to the gate, and entreated me to go on to her father's, and said she would go with me. She said the young man who was going to marry her sister had got his license and asked for her, but she assured me that her father and mother both preferred me to him, and that she had no doubt if I would go on I could break off the match. But I found I could go no farther. My heart was bruised, and my spirits were broken down. So I bid her farewell, and turned my lonesome and miserable steps back again homeward, concluding that I was only born for hardship, misery, and disappointment. I now began to think that in making me it was entirely forgotten to make my mate, and that I was born odd, and should always remain so, and that nobody would have me. But all these reflections did not satisfy my mind, for I had no peace, day or night, for several weeks. My appetite failed me, and I grew daily worse and worse. They all thought I was sick, and so I was, and it was the worst kind of sickness, a sickness of the heart, and all the tender parts, produced by disappointed love. For some time David continued in a state of great dejection. A lovelorn swain of 17 years, thus disconsolate, he loved to roam the forest alone, with his rifle as his only companion, brooding over his sorrows. The gloom of the forest was congenial to him, and the excitement of pursuing the game afforded some slight relief to his agitated spirit. One day, when he had wandered far from home, he came upon the cabin of a Dutchman with whom he had formed some previous acquaintance. He had a daughter who was exceedingly plain in her personal appearance, but who had a very active mind, and was a bright, talkative girl. She had heard of David's misadventure, and rather unfeelingly rallied him upon his loss. She, however, endeavored to comfort him by the assurance that there were as good fish in the sea as had ever been caught out of it. David did not believe in this doctrine at all, as applied to his own case. He thought his loss utterly irretrievable, and in his still high appreciation of himself, notwithstanding his deep mortification, he thought that the lively Dutch girl was endeavoring to catch him for her lover. In this, however, he soon found himself mistaken. She told him that there was to be a reaping frolic in their neighborhood in a few days, and that if he would attend it, she would show him one of the prettiest girls upon whom he ever fixed his eyes. Difficult as he found it to shut out from his mind his lost love, upon whom his thoughts were dwelling by day and by night, he very wisely decided that his best remedy would be found in what Dr. Chalmers calls the expulsive power of a new affection. That is, that he would try and fall in love with some other girl as soon as possible. His own language, in describing his feelings at that time, is certainly very different from that which the philosopher or the modern novelist would have used, but is quite characteristic of the man. The Dutch maiden assured him that the girl who had deceived him was not to be compared in beauty with the ones she would show to him. He writes, "I didn't believe a word of all this, for I had thought that such a piece of flesh and blood as she had never been manufactured, and never would again. I agreed with her that the little varmint had treated me so bad that I ought to forget her, and yet I couldn't do it. I concluded that the best way to accomplish it was to cut out again, and see if I could find any other that would answer me. And so I told the Dutch girl that I would be at the reaping, and would bring as many as I could with me." David seems at this time to have abandoned all constant industry, and to be loafing about with his rifle, thus supporting himself with the game he took. He traversed the still but slightly broken forest in all directions, carrying to many scattered farmhouses intelligence of the approaching reaping frolic. He informed the good Quaker with whom he had worked of his intention to be there. Mr. Kennedy endeavored to dissuade him. He said that there would be much bad company there, and there would be drinking and carousing, and that David had been so good a boy that he should be very sorry to have him get a bad name. The curiosity of the impetuous young man was, however, by this time, too much aroused for any persuasions to hold him back. Shouldering his rifle, he hastened to the reaping at the appointed day. Upon his arrival at the place he found a large company already assembled. He looked around for the pretty girl, but she was nowhere to be seen. She chanced to be in a shed frolicking with some others of the young people. But as David, with his rifle on his shoulder, sauntered around, an aged Irishwoman, full of nerve and volubility, caught sight of him. She was the mother of the girl, and had been told of the object of David's visit. He must have appeared very boyish, for he had not yet entered his 18th year, and though very wiry and athletic, he was of slender frame and rather small in stature. The Irish woman hastened to David, lavished upon him compliments respecting his rosy cheeks, and assured him that she had exactly such a sweetheart for him as he needed. She did not allow David to have any doubt that she would gladly welcome him as the husband of her daughter. Pretty soon the young, fresh, blooming, mirthful girl came along, and David fell in love with her at first sight. Not much formality of introduction was necessary. Each was looking for the other. Both of the previous loves of the young man were forgotten in an instant. He devoted himself with the utmost assiduity to the little Irish girl. He was soon dancing with her. After a very vigorous double shuffle, as they were seated side by side on a bench intensely talking, for David Crockett was never at a loss for words, the mother came up, and, in her wonderfully frank mode of matchmaking, jocosely addressed him as her son-in-law. Even David's imperturbable self-possession was disturbed by this assailment. Still he was much pleased to find both mother and daughter so favorably disposed towards him. The rustic frolicking continued nearly all night. In the morning, David, in a very happy frame of mind, returned to the Quaker's, and, in anticipation of soon setting up farming for himself, engaged to work for him for 6 months for a low-priced horse. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 3. Marriage and Settlement. David took possession of his horse, and began to work very diligently to pay for it. He felt that now he was a man of property. After the lapse of a few weeks, he mounted his horse and rode over to the Irishman's cabin to see his girl, and to find out how she lived, and what sort of people composed the family. Arriving at the log hut, he found the father to be a silent, staid old man, and the mother as voluble and nervous a little woman as ever lived. Much to his disappointment, the girl was away. After an hour or two she returned, having been absent at some meeting or merrymaking, and, much to his chagrin, she brought back with her a stout young fellow who was evidently her lover. The newcomer was not at all disposed to relinquish his claims in favor of David Crockett. He stuck close to the maiden, and kept up such an incessant chatter that David could scarcely edge in a word. In characteristic figure of speech, he says, "I began to think I was barking up the wrong tree again, but I determined to stand up to my rack, fodder or no fodder." He thought he was sure of the favor of her parents, and he was not certain that the girl herself had not given him sundry glances indicative of her preference. Dark night was now coming on, and David had a rough road of 15 miles to traverse through the forest before he could reach home. He thought that if the Irishman's daughter cherished any tender feelings towards him, she would be reluctant to have him set out at that late hour on such a journey. He therefore rose to take leave. His stratagem proved successful. The girl immediately came, leaving her other companion, and in earnest tones entreated him not to go that evening. The lover was easily persuaded. His heart grew lighter, and his spirit bolder. She soon made it so manifest in what direction her choice lay, that David was left entire master of the field. His discomfited rival soon took his hat and withdrew. David thus was freed from all his embarrassments. It was Saturday night. He remained at the cabin until Monday morning, making very diligent improvement of his time in the practice of all those arts of rural courtship which instinct teaches. He then returned home, not absolutely engaged, but with very sanguine hopes. At that time, in that region, wolves were abundant and very destructive. The neighbors, for quite a distance, combined for a great wolf hunt, which should explore the forest for many miles. By the hunters thus scattering on the same day, the wolves would have no place of retreat. If they fled before one hunter, they would encounter another. Young Crockett, naturally confident, plunged recklessly into the forest, and wandered to and fro until, to his alarm, he found himself bewildered and utterly lost. There were no signs of human habitations near, and night was fast darkening around him. Just as he was beginning to feel that he must look out for a night's encampment, he saw in the distance, through the gigantic trees, a young girl running at her utmost speed, or, as he expressed it in the Crockett vernacular, "streaking it along through the woods like all wrath." David gave chase, and soon overtook the terrified girl, whom he found, to his surprise and delight, to be his own sweetheart, who had also by some strange accident got lost. Here was indeed a romantic and somewhat an embarrassing adventure. The situation was, however, by no means so embarrassing as it would have been to persons in a higher state of civilization. The cabin of the immigrant often consisted of but one room, where parents and children and the chance guest passed the night together. They could easily throw up a camp. David with his gun could kindle a fire and get some game. The girl could cook it. All their physical wants would thus be supplied. They had no material inconveniences to dread in camping out for a night. The delicacy of the situation would not be very keenly felt by persons who were but at one remove above the native Indian. The girl had gone out in the morning into the woods, to hunt up one of her father's horses. She missed her way, became lost, and had been wandering all day long, farther and farther from home. Soon after the two met, they came across a path which they knew must lead to some house. Following this, just after dark, they came within sight of the dim light of a cabin fire. They were kindly received by the inmates, and, tired as they were, they both sat up all night. Upon inquiry, they found that David had wandered 10 miles from his home, and the young girl 7 miles from hers. Their paths lay in different directions, but the road was plain, and in the morning they separated, and without difficulty reached their destination. David was now anxious to get married immediately. It will be remembered that he bought a horse, but he had not paid for it. The only property he had, except the coarse clothes upon his back, was a rifle. All the land in that neighborhood was taken up. He did not even own an axe with which to build him a log cabin. It would be necessary for him to hire some deserted shanty and borrow such articles as were indispensable. Nothing could be done to any advantage without a horse. To diminish the months which he had promised to work in payment for the animal, he threw in his rifle. After a few weeks of toil the horse was his. He mounted his steed, deeming himself one of the richest men in the far West, and rode to see his girl and fix upon his wedding day. He confesses that as he rode along, considering that he had been twice disappointed, he experienced no inconsiderable trepidation as to the result of this third matrimonial enterprise. He reached the cabin, and his worst fears were realized. The nervous, voluble, irritable little woman, who with all of a termagant's energy governed both husband and family, had either become dissatisfied with young Crockett's poverty or had formed the plan of some other more ambitious alliance for her daughter. She fell upon David in a perfect tornado of vituperation, and ordered him out of the house. She was "mighty wrathy," writes David, "and looked to me as savage as a meat axe." David was naturally amiable, and in the depressing circumstances had no heart to return railing for railing. He meekly reminded the infuriate woman that she had called him son-in-law before he had attempted to call her mother-in-law, and that he certainly had been guilty of no conduct which should expose him to such treatment. He soon saw, to his great satisfaction, that the daughter remained faithful to him, and that the meek father was as decidedly on his side as his timid nature would permit him to be. Though David felt much insulted, he restrained his temper, and, turning from the angry mother, told her daughter that he would come the next Thursday on horseback, leading another horse for her, and that then he would take her to a justice of the peace who lived at the distance of but a few miles from them, where they would be married. David writes of the mother: "Her Irish was too high to do anything with her, so I quit trying. All I cared for was to have her daughter on my side, which I knowed was the case then. But how soon some other fellow might knock my nose out of joint again, I couldn't tell. Her mother declared I shouldn't have her, but I knowed I should, if anybody else didn't get her before Thursday." The all-important wedding day soon came. David was resolved to crush out all opposition and consummate the momentous affair with very considerable splendor. He therefore rode to the cabin with a very imposing retinue. Mounted proudly upon his own horse, and leading a borrowed steed, with a blanket saddle for his bride, and accompanied by his elder brother and wife, and a younger brother and sister, each on horseback, he "cut out to her father's house to get her." When this cavalcade of 6 horses had arrived within about 2 miles of the Irishman's cabin, quite a large party was found assembled from the log huts scattered several miles around. David, kind-hearted, generous, obliging, was very popular with his neighbors. They had heard of the approaching nuptials of the brave boy of but 18 years, and of the wrath of the brawling, ill-tempered mother. They anticipated a scene, and wished to render David the support of their presence and sympathy. This large party, some on foot and some on horseback, proceeded together to the Irishman's cabin. The old man met them with smiles, whiskey bottle in hand, ready to offer them all a drink. The wife, however, was obdurate as ever. She stood at the cabin door, her eyes flashing fire, and quite bewildered to decide in what way to attempt to repel and drive off her foe. She expected that the boy would come alone, and that, with her all-potent tongue, she would so fiercely assail him and so frighten her young girl as still to prevent the marriage. But here was quite an army of the neighbors from miles around assembled. They were all evidently the friends of David. Every eye was fixed upon her. Every ear was listening to hear what she would say. Every tongue was itching to cry out shame to her opposition, and to overwhelm her with reproaches. For once the termagant found herself baffled, and at her wits' end. The etiquette of courts and cabins are quite different. David paid no attention to the mother, but riding up to the door of the log house, leading the horse for his bride, he shouted to her to come out. The girl had enjoyed no opportunity to pay any attention to her bridal trousseau, but undoubtedly she had contrived to put on her best attire. We do not know her age, but she was ever spoken of as a remarkably pretty little girl, and was probably about 17 years old. David did not deem it necessary to dismount, but called upon his "girl" to jump upon the horse he was leading. She did so. The mother was powerless. It was a Waterloo defeat. In another moment they would disappear, riding away along the road which wound through the gigantic trees of the forest. In another hour they would be married, and then they would forever be beyond the reach of the clamor of her voluble tongue. She began to relent. The old man, accustomed to her wayward humors, instinctively perceived it. Stepping up to David, and placing his hand upon the neck of his horse, he said, "I wish you would stay and be married here. My woman has too much tongue. You oughtn't mind her." Having thus, for a moment, arrested their departure, he stepped back to the door, where his discomfited wife stood, and entreated her to consent to their being married there. After much persuasion, common sense triumphed over uncommon stubbornness. She consented. David and his expectant bride were both on horseback, all ready to go. The woman rather suddenly came forward and said, "I am sorry for the words I have spoken. This girl is the only child I have ever had to marry, and I cannot bear to see her go off in this way. If you will come into the house and be married here, I will do the best I can for you." The good-natured David consented. They alighted from their horses, and the bridal party entered the log hut. The room was not large, and the uninvited guests thronged it and crowded around the door. The justice of the peace was sent for, and the nuptial knot was tied. The wedding ceremonies on such occasions were sufficiently curious to be worthy of record. They certainly were in very wide contrast with the pomp and splendor of nuptials in the palatial mansions of the present day. A large party usually met at some appointed place, some mounted and others on foot, to escort the bridegroom to the house of the bride. The horses were decorated with all sorts of caparisons, with ropes for bridles, with blankets or furs for saddles. The men were dressed in deerskin moccasins, leather breeches, leggings, coarse hunting shirts of all conceivable styles of material, and all homemade. The women wore gowns of very coarse homespun and home-woven cloth, composed of linen and wool, and called linsey-woolsey, very coarse shoes, and sometimes with buckskin gloves of their own manufacture. If anyone chanced to have a ring or a pretty buckle, it was a relic of former times. There were no carriages, for there were no roads. The narrow trail they traversed in single file was generally a mere horse path, often so contracted in width that two horses could not pass along abreast. As they marched along in a straggling line, with shouts and jokes, and with the interchange of many gallant acts of rustic love-making between the coquettish maidens and the awkward swains, they encountered frequent obstacles on the way. It was a part of the frolic for the young men to throw obstructions in their path, and thus to create surprises. There were brooks to be forded. Sometimes large trees were mischievously felled across the trail. Grapevines were tied across from tree to trip up the passers-by, or to sweep off their caps. It was a great joke for half a dozen young men to play Indian. They would lie in ambuscade, and suddenly, as the procession was passing, would raise the war-whoop, discharge their guns, and raise shouts of laughter in view of the real or feigned consternation thus excited. The maidens would of course shriek. The frightened horses would spring aside. The swains would gallantly rush to the rescue of their sweethearts. When the party had arrived within about a mile of the house where the marriage ceremony was to take place, two of the most daring riders among the young men, who had been previously selected for the purpose, set out on horseback on a race for the bottle. The master of the house was expected to be standing at his door with a jug of whiskey in his hand. This was the prize which the victor in the race was to seize and take back in triumph to his companions. The start was announced by a general Indian yell. The more rough the road, the more full of logs, stumps, rocks, precipitous hills, and steep glens, the better. This afforded a better opportunity for the display of intrepidity and horsemanship. It was a veritable steeplechase. The victor announced his success by one of those shrill, savage yells which almost split the ears of the listener. Grasping the bottle, he returned in triumph. On approaching the party, he again gave forth the Indian war-whoop. The bottle or jug was first presented to the bridegroom. He applied the mouth of the bottle to his lips, and took a dram of raw whiskey. He then handed it to his next of kin, and so the bottle passed through the whole company. It is to be supposed that the young women did not burn their throats with very copious draughts of the poisonous fire-water. When they arrived at the house, the brief ceremony of marriage immediately took place, and then came the marriage feast. It was a very substantial repast of pork, poultry, wild turkeys, venison, and bear's meat. There was usually the accompaniment of cornbread, potatoes, and other vegetables. Great hilarity prevailed on these occasions, with wonderful freedom of manners, coarse jokes, and shouts of laughter. The table was often a large slab of timber, hewn out with a broad axe, and supported by 4 stakes driven into auger holes. The table furniture consisted of a few pewter dishes, with wooden plates and bowls. There were generally a few pewter spoons, much battered about the edges, but most of the spoons were of horn, homemade. Crockery, so easily broken, was almost unknown. Table knives were seldom seen. The deficiency was made up by the hunting knives which all the men carried in sheaths attached to their hunting shirts. After dinner the dancing began. There was invariably some musical genius present who could play the fiddle. The dances were what were called 3 or 4-handed reels, or square sets and jigs. With all sorts of grotesque attitudes, pantomime, and athletic displays, the revelry continued until late into the night, and often until the dawn of the morning. As there could be no sleeping accommodations for so large a company in the cabin of but one room, the guests made up for sleep in merriment. The bridal party stole away in midst of the uproar, one after another, up a ladder into the loft or garret above, which was floored with loose boards made often of split timber. This furnished a very rude sleeping apartment. As the revelry below continued, seats being scarce, every young man offered his lap as a seat for the girls, and the offer was always promptly accepted. Always, towards morning, some one was sent up into the loft with a bottle of whiskey to offer the bridegroom and his bride a drink. The familiar name of the bottle was Black Betty. One of the witticisms ever prominent on the occasion was, "Where is Black Betty? I want to kiss her sweet lips." At some splendid weddings, where the larder was abundantly stored with game, this feasting and dancing was continued for several days. Such, in the main, was the wedding of David Crockett with the Irishman's daughter. In the morning the company dispersed. David also and his young bride left, during the day, for his father's cabin. As the families of the nuptial party both belonged to the aristocracy of the region, quite a splendid marriage reception was held at John Crockett's. There were feasting and dancing, and Black Betty received many a cordial kiss. The bridegroom's heart was full of exultant joy. David writes, "Having gotten my wife, I thought I was completely made up, and needed nothing more in the whole world." He soon found his mistake, and awoke to the consciousness that he needed everything, and had nothing. He had no furniture, no cabin, no land, no money, and he had a wife to support. His only property consisted of a cheap horse. He did not even own a rifle, an article at that time so indispensable to the backwoodsman. After spending a few days at David's father's, the bridegroom and bride returned to the cabin of her father, the Irishman. Here they found that a wonderful change had taken place in the mother's feelings and conduct. She had concluded to submit good-naturedly to the inevitable. Her conversational powers were wonderful. With a most marvelous volubility of honeyed words, she greeted them. She even consented to have 2 cows given them, each with a calf. This was the dowry of the bride, her only dowry. David, who had not expected anything, felt exceedingly rich with this herd. Near by was a vacated log cabin with a few acres of land attached to it. Our boy bridegroom and bride hired the cabin at a very small rent, but then they had nothing whatever to put into it. They had not a bed, or a table, or a chair, no cooking utensils, not even a knife or a fork. He had no farming tools, not a spade or a hoe. The whole capital with which they commenced life consisted of the clothes they had on, a farm horse, 2 cows, and 2 calves. In this emergence the good old Quaker, for whom David had worked, came forward and loaned him $15. In that wilderness, food, that is game and corn, was cheap, but as nearly everything else had to be brought from beyond the mountains, all tools and furniture commanded high prices. With the $15, David and his little wife repaired to a country store a few miles distant, to furnish their house and farm. Under these circumstances, the china closet of the bride must have been a curiosity. David says, "With this $15 we fixed up pretty grand, as we thought." After a while, in some unexplained way, they succeeded in getting a spinning wheel. The little wife, says David, "knowed exactly how to use it. She was also a good weaver. Being very industrious, she had, in a little or no time, a fine web of cloth ready to make up. She was good at that too, and almost at anything else a woman could do. Here this humble family remained for 2 years. They were both as contented with their lot as other people are. They were about as well off as most of their neighbors. Neither of them ever cherished a doubt that they belonged to the aristocracy of the region. They did not want for food or clothing, or shelter, or a warm fireside. They had their merrymakings, their dances, and their shooting matches. Let it be remembered that this was 3/4 of a century ago, far away in the wilds of an almost untamed wilderness. 2 children were born in this log cabin. David began to feel the responsibilities of a father who had children to provide for. Both of the children were sons. Though David's family was increasing, there was scarcely any increase of his fortune. He therefore decided that the interest of his little household demanded he should move farther back into the almost pathless wilderness, where the land was not yet taken up, and where he could get a settler's title to 400 acres, simply by rearing a cabin and planting some corn. He had 1 old horse and a couple of colts, each 2 years old. The colts were broken, as it was called, to the halter. That is, they could be led, with light burdens upon their backs, but could not be ridden. Mrs. Crockett mounted the old horse, with her babe in her arms, and the little boy, 2 years old, sitting in front of her, astride the horse's neck, and occasionally carried on his father's shoulders. Their few articles of household goods were fastened upon the backs of the 2 colts. David led one, and his kind-hearted father-in-law, who had very generously offered to help him move, led the other. Thus this party set out for a journey of 250 miles, over unbridged rivers, across rugged mountains, and through dense forests, whose Indian trails had seldom if ever been trodden by the feet of white men. This was about the year 1806. The whole population of the state then amounted to but 100,000. They were generally widely dispersed through the extensive regions of East Tennessee, but very few emigrants had ventured across the broad and rugged cliffs of the Cumberland Mountains into the rich and sunny plains of western Tennessee. But a few years before, terrible Indian wars desolated the state. The powerful tribes of the Creeks and Cherokees had combined all their energies for the utter extermination of the white men, seeking to destroy all their hamlets and scattered cabins. At a slow foot pace, the pioneers followed down the wild valley of the Holston River, often with towering mountains rising upon each side of them. If they chanced, at nightfall, to approach the lonely hut of a settler, it was especial good fortune, as they thus found shelter provided, and a fire built, and hospitable entertainment ready for them. If, however, they were overtaken in the wilderness by darkness, and even a menacing storm, it was a matter of but little moment, and caused no anxiety. A shelter, of logs and bark, was soon thrown up, with a crackling fire, illuminating the wilderness, blazing before it. A couch, as soft as they had ever been accustomed to, could speedily be spread from the pliant boughs of the trees. Upon the pack colts there were warm blankets, and during the journey of the day they had enjoyed ample opportunity to take such game as they might need for their supper and their morning breakfast. At length they reached the majestic flood of the Tennessee River and crossed it, we know not how. Then, directing their steps towards the setting sun, they pressed on, league after league, and day after day, in toilsome journey, over prairies and through forests and across mountain ridges, for a distance of nearly 400 miles from their starting place, until they reached a small stream called Mulberry Creek, which flows into the Elk River in what is now Lincoln County. At the mouth of Mulberry Creek the adventurous emigrant found his promised land. It was indeed a beautiful region. The sun shines upon none more so. The scenery, which, however, probably had but few attractions for David Crockett's uncultivated eye, was charming. The soil was fertile, the streams abounded with fish and waterfowl, and prairie and forest were stocked with game. No family need suffer from hunger here, if the husband had a rifle and knew how to use it. A few hours' labor would rear a cabin which would shut out wind and rain as effectively as the gorgeous walls of Windsor or Versailles. No jets of gas or gleam of wax candles ever illumined an apartment more brilliantly than the flashing blaze of the wood fire. And though the refectories of the Palais Royal may furnish more scientific cookery than the emigrant's hut, they cannot furnish fatter turkeys, or more tender venison, or more delicious cuts from the buffalo and the bear than are often found browning before the coals of the log cabin. And when we take into consideration the voracious appetites engendered in those wilds, we see that the immigrant needed not to look with envy upon the luxuriantly spread tables of Paris or New York. Upon the crystal banks of the Mulberry River, David, aided by his father-in-law, reared his log cabin. It is a remote and uncultivated region even now. Then it was an almost unbroken wilderness, the axe of the settler having rarely disturbed its solitude. A suitable spot for the cabin was selected, and a space of about 15 feet by 20 feet was marked out and smoothed down for the floor. There was no cellar. Trees near by, of straight trunks, were felled and trimmed, and cut into logs of suitable length. These were piled one above another in such a way as to enclose the space, and were held in their place by being notched at the corners. Rough boards were made for the roof by splitting straight-grained logs about 4 feet long. The door was made by cutting or sawing the logs on one side of the hut, about 3 feet in width. This opening was secured by upright pieces of timber pinned to the end of the logs. A similar opening was left in the end for the chimney, which was built of logs outside the hut. The back and jambs of the fireplace was of stone. A hole about 2 feet square constituted the window. Frequently the floor was the smooth, solid earth. A split slab, supported by sticks driven into auger holes, formed a table. A few three-legged stools supplied the place of chairs. Some wooden pins, driven into holes bored in the logs, supported shelves. A bedstead was framed by a network of poles in one corner. Such was the home which David and his kind father-in-law reared in a few days. It will be perceived that it was but little in advance of the wigwam of the Indian. Still it afforded a comfortable shelter for men, women, and children who had no aspirations above a mere animal life, who thought only of warmth, food, and clothing, who had no conception of intellectual, moral, or religious cravings. The kind-hearted father-in-law, who had accompanied his children on foot upon this long journey, that he might see them settled in their own home, now bade them adieu, and retraced the forest trails back to his own far-distant cabin. A man who could develop unostentatiously such generosity and such self-sacrifice must have possessed some rare virtues. We regret our inability to record the name of one who thus commands our esteem and affection. In this humble home, David Crockett and his family resided 2 years. He appears to have taken very little interest in the improvement of his homestead. It must be admitted that Crockett belonged to the class of what is called loafers. He was a sort of Rip Van Winkle. The forest and the mountain stream had great charms for him. He loved to wander in busy idleness all the day, with fishing rod and rifle, and he would often return at night with a very ample supply of game. He would then lounge about his hut, tanning deerskins for moccasins and breeches, performing other little jobs, and entirely neglecting all endeavors to improve his farm, or to add to the appearance or comfort of the miserable shanty which he called his home. He had an active mind, and a very singular command of the language of low, illiterate life, and especially of backwoodsman slang. Though not exactly a vain man, his self-confidence was imperturbable, and there was perhaps not an individual in the world to whom he looked up as in any sense his superior. In hunting, his skill became very remarkable, and few, even of the best marksmen, could throw the bullet with more unerring aim. At the close of 2 years of this listless, solitary life, Crockett, without any assigned reason, probably influenced only by that vagrancy of spirit which had taken entire possession of the man, made another move. Abandoning his crumbling shanty and untilled fields, he directed his steps eastwardly through the forest, a distance of about 40 miles, to what is now Franklin County. Here he reared another hut, on the banks of a little stream called Bear's Creek. This location was about 10 miles below the present hamlet of Winchester. An event now took place which changed the whole current of David Crockett's life, leading him from his lonely cabin and the peaceful scenes of a hunter's life to the field of battle, and to all the cruel and demoralizing influences of horrid war. For many years there had been peace with the Indians in all that region, but unprincipled and vagabond white men, whom no law in the wilderness could restrain, were ever plundering them, insulting them, and wantonly shooting them down on the slightest provocation. The constituted authorities deplored this state of things, but could no more prevent it than the restraints of justice can prevent robberies and assassinations in London or New York. The Indians were disposed to be friendly. There can be no question that, but for these unendurable outrages, inflicted upon them by vile and fiend-like men, many of whom had fled from the avenging arm of law, peace between the white men and the red men would have remained undisturbed. In the extreme southern region of Alabama, near the junction of the Alabama River with the almost equally majestic Tombeckbee River, there had been erected, several years before, for the protection of the emigrants, a fort called Mimms. It consisted of several strong log huts, surrounded by palisades which enclosed several acres. A strongly barred gate afforded entrance to the area within. Loopholes were cut through the palisades, just sufficiently large to allow the barrel of a musket to be thrust through, and aim to be taken at any approaching foe. The space within was sufficient to accommodate several families, who were thus united for mutual protection. Their horses and other cattle could be driven within the enclosure at night. In case of a general alarm, the pioneers, occupying huts scattered through the region for miles around, could assemble in the fort. Their cornfields were outside, to cultivate which, even in times of war, they could resort in armed bands, setting a watch to give warning of any signs of danger. The fort was in the middle of a small and fertile prairie. The forest trees were cut down around, and every obstacle removed which could conceal the approach of a foe or protect him from the fire of the garrison. The long-continued peace had caused vigilance to slumber. A number of families resided in the fort, unapprehensive of danger. One evening a negro boy, who had been out into the forest at some distance from the fort in search of cattle, came back saying that he saw, far in the distance, quite a number of Indians, apparently armed warriors. As it was known that the Creek Indians had been greatly exasperated by recent outrages inflicted upon them, this intelligence created some anxiety. The gate was carefully closed. A guard was set through the night, and some slight preparations were made to repel an assault, should one be made. Thus several days were passed, and there was no attack, and no signs of Indians being near. The general impression was that this timid negro boy was the victim of his own fears. Many jokes were perpetrated at his expense. With wonted carelessness, all precautions were forgotten, and the men sallied thoughtlessly forth to disperse through the fields in their labors. But after several days the boy was again sent out into the woods upon the same errand as before. He was a timid little fellow, and had a great dread of the Indian. Tremblingly and cautiously he threaded the paths of the forest for several miles, keeping a vigilant lookout for any signs of the savage foe, when his eye fell upon a sight which appalled him. At but a short distance, as he stood concealed by the thickets through which he was moving, he saw several hundred Indian warriors, plumed and painted, and armed to the teeth. They had probably just broken up from a council, and were moving about among the trees. His fears magnified their numbers to thousands. Terror-stricken, he turned for the fort, and with almost the fleetness of a deer entered the gate with his tidings. Even his black face was pallid with fright, as he breathlessly told his story. "The Indians," said he, "were as many and as close together as the trees. There were thousands." The alarm was sounded in the garrison. All the outsiders were called in. The sun shone serenely. The gentle breeze swept over the fertile prairie. Not a sight was to be seen but what was peaceful. Not a sound came from the forest but the songs of birds. It was generally believed that the silly, cowardly boy had given a false alarm. They cross-examined him. He was so frightened that he could not tell a straight story. The men, indignant at being thus a second time duped, as they supposed, actually tied the poor boy to the whipping post and commenced whipping him. But a few lashes had left their bloody marks upon his back when the uplifted arm of the executioner was arrested. The awful Indian war-whoop, the precursor of blood and flame and torture, which even the boldest heart could seldom hear without terror, burst as it were simultaneously from 100 warrior lips. The wary savages had provided themselves with sharpened sticks. Rending the skies with their yells, they rushed forward from the gloom of the woods upon the totally unprovided garrison, and very speedily plunged up the loopholes, so that not a musket could be discharged through them. Then with their hatchets they commenced cutting down the palisades. The bewilderment and consternation within was indescribable. A few of the assailants, hewing at the barricades, were shot down, but others instantly took their places. Soon a breach was cut through, and the howling warriors, like maddened demons, rushed in. There was no mercy shown. The gleaming tomahawk, wielded by hundreds of brawny arms, expeditiously did its work. Men, women, and children were indiscriminately cut down and scalped. It was an awful scene of butchery. Scarcely an individual escaped. One athletic boy, after having seen his father, mother, 4 sisters, and 4 brothers tomahawked and scalped, pursued by the savages, with frantic energy succeeded in leaping the palisades. Several Indians gave chase. He rushed for the woods. They hotly pursued. He reached a sluggish stream, upon the shore of which, half embedded in sand and water, there was a moldering log, which he chanced to know was hollow beneath. He had but just time to slip into this retreat when the baffled Indians came up. They actually walked over the log in their unavailing search for him. Here he remained until night, when he stole from his hiding place, and in safety reached Fort Montgomery, which was distant about 2 miles from Fort Mimms. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 4 of David Crockett, His Life and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brett W. Downey. David Crockett, His Life and Adventures by John S. Abbott. Chapter 4. The Soldier Life. The awful massacre at Fort Mims by the Creek Indians summoned, as with a trumpet peal, the whole region to war. David Crockett had listened eagerly to stories of Indian warfare in former years, and as he listened to the tales of midnight conflagration and slaughter, his naturally peaceful spirit had no yearnings for the renewal of such sanguinary scenes. Crockett was not a quarrelsome man. He was not fond of brawls and fighting. Nothing in his life had thus far occurred to test his courage. Though there was great excitement to be found in hunting, there was but little if any danger. The deer and all smaller game were harmless, and even the grizzly bear had but few terrors for a marksman who, with unerring aim, could strike him with the deadly bullet at the distance of many rods. But the massacre at Fort Mims roused a new spirit in David Crockett. He perceived at once that unless the savages were speedily quelled, they would ravage the whole region, and that his family as well as that of every other pioneer must inevitably perish. It was manifest to him that every man was bound immediately to take arms for the general defense. In a few days a summons was issued for every able-bodied man in all that region to repair to Winchester, which, as we have said, was a small cluster of houses about 10 miles from Crockett's cabin. When he informed his wife of his intention, her womanly heart was appalled at the thought of being left alone and unprotected in the vast wilderness. She was at a distance of hundreds of miles from all her connections. She had no neighbors near. Her children were too young to be of any service to her. If the dreadful Indians should attack them, she had no one to look to for protection. If anything should happen to him in battle, so that he should not return, they must all perish of starvation. These obvious considerations she urged with many tears. "It was mighty hard," writes Crockett, "to go against such arguments as these. But my countrymen had been murdered, and I knew that the next thing would be that the Indians would be scalping the women and children all about there, if we didn't put a stop to it. I reasoned the case with her as well as I could, and told her that if every man would wait till his wife got willing for him to go to war, there would be no fighting done until we all should be killed in our own houses. That I was as able to go as any man in the world, and that I believed it was a duty I owed to my country." Whether she was satisfied with this reasoning or not, she did not tell me, but seeing I was bent on it, all she did was to cry a little and turn about to her work. David Crockett hastened to Winchester. There was a large gathering there from all the hamlets and cabins for many miles around. The excitement was intense. The nation of Creek Indians was a very powerful one, and in intelligence and military skill far in advance of most of the Indian tribes. Mr. Crockett was one of the first to volunteer to form a company to serve for 60 days under Captain Jones, who subsequently was a member of Congress from Tennessee. In a week the whole company was organized, and commenced its march to join others for the invasion of the Creek country. It was thought that by carrying the war directly into the Indian towns, their warriors might be detained at home to protect their wives and children, and could thus be prevented from carrying desolation into the settlements of the whites. In the meantime David Crockett revisited his humble home, where his good but anxious and afflicted wife fitted him out as well as she could for the campaign. David was not a man of sentiment, and was never disposed to contemplate the possibility of failure in any of his plans. With a light heart he bade adieu to his wife and his children, and mounting his horse, set out for his 2 months' absence to hunt up and shoot the Indians. He took only the amount of clothing he wore, as he wished to be entirely unencumbered when he should meet the sinewy and athletic foe on the battlefield. This company of about 100 mounted men commenced its march for an appointed rendezvous called Beatty's Spring. Here they encamped for several days, waiting the arrival of other companies from distant quarters. Ere long there was collected quite an imposing army of 1,300 men, all on horseback, and all hardy backwoodsmen, armed with the deadly rifle. A more determined set of men was perhaps never assembled. While they were thus gathering from far and near, and making all preparations to burst upon the foe in one of war's most terrific tempests, Major Gibson came, and wanted a few men, of tried sagacity and hardihood, to accompany him on a reconnoitering tour across the Tennessee River, down through the wilderness, into the country of the Creek Indians. It was a very hazardous enterprise. The region swarmed with savages. They were very vigilant. They were greatly and justly exasperated. If the reconnoitering party were captured, the certain doom of its members would be death by the most dreadful tortures. Captain Jones pointed out David Crockett as one of the most suitable men for this enterprise. Crockett unhesitatingly consented to go, and, by permission, chose a companion by the name of George Russell, a young man whose courage and sagacity were far in advance of his years. "I called him up," writes Crockett, "but Major Gibson said he thought he hadn't heard enough to please him. He wanted men, not boys. I must confess I was a little nettled at this, for I knowed George Russell, and I knowed there was no mistake in him, and I didn't think that courage ought to be measured by the beard, for fear a goat would have the preference over a man. I told the Major he was on the wrong scent, that Russell could go as far as he could, and I must have him along. He saw I was a little wrathy, and said I had the best chance of knowing, and agreed that it should be as I wanted it." The heroic little band, 13 in number, well armed and well mounted, set out early in the morning on their perilous enterprise. They crossed the Tennessee River, and directing their steps south, through a region almost entirely uninhabited by the white man, journeyed cautiously along, keeping themselves concealed as much as possible in the fastnesses of the forest. They crossed the river, at what was called Ditto's Landing, and advancing about 7 miles beyond, found a very secluded spot, one of nature's hiding places, where they took up their encampment for the night. Here they chanced to come across a man by the name of John Haynes, who for several years had been a trader among the Indians. He was thoroughly acquainted with the whole region about to be traversed, and consented to act as a guide. For the next day's march, instructed by their guide, the party divided into 2 bands, following along 2 obscure trails, which came together again after winding through the wilderness a distance of about 20 miles. Major Gibson led a party of 7, and David Crockett the other party of 6. The Cherokee Indians, a neighboring nation, powerful and warlike, were not in alliance with the Creeks in this war. They were, at that time, in general, friendly to the whites. Many of their warriors were even induced to join the whites and march under their banners. On each of the trails that day to be passed over there was the lodge of a Cherokee Indian. Both of them were friendly. Each of the parties was to collect all the information possible from these Indians, and then to meet where the trails came together again. When Crockett arrived at the wigwam of the Indian he met with a very friendly reception. He also found there a half-breed Cherokee by the name of Jack Thompson. This man, of savage birth and training, but with the white man's blood in his veins, offered to join the reconnoitering party. He, however, was not ready just then to set out, but in a few hours would follow and overtake the band at its night's encampment. It was not safe to encamp directly upon the trail, lest some Creek war party should be passing along, and should discover them. It was necessary to seek concealment where even the prying eyes of the savage would with difficulty search them out. The cry of the shriek owl is exceedingly shrill, and can be heard at a great distance. A particular spot on the trail was designated, near which Crockett would seek his secret encampment. When Jack Thompson reached that point, he was to imitate the cry of the owl. Crockett would respond, and thus guide the Indian to his retreat. As night approached, Crockett, with his party, found a deep and dark ravine, where, encircled by almost impenetrable thickets, he hid his men and horses. No campfires could be built. It was 10 o'clock in the night when, in the distance, he heard the signal shriek of the owl, a cry too common to arrest the attention of any Indian bands who might be in the vicinity. Jack, guided by a responsive cry, soon found the place of concealment, and there the party remained through the night. The next morning after breakfast they set out to join Major Gibson and his band. But in some way they had lost track of him, and he could not be found. Some were alarmed, as, in so small a band, they were entering the domains of their powerful foe. Crockett taunted them with their fears, and indeed fear kept them together. The party consisted now of 7, including the Indian guide. Most of them determined to press on. The 2 or 3 who were in favor of going back dared not separate from the rest. At the distance of about 20 miles, Jack Thompson told them that there was a village of friendly Cherokee Indians. As he was leading them through obscure trails towards that place, they came across the hut of a white man, by the name of Radcliff, who had married a Creek woman, and had been adopted into their tribe. The man had 2 nearly grown-up boys, stout, burly fellows, half-breeds by birth, and more than half savage in character and training. The old man's cabin was slightly above the usual style of Indian wigwams. It was in a region of utter solitude. There Radcliffe had taught his barbarian boys some of the arts of industry. He had cleared quite a space of ground around his hut, and was raising a supply of corn and potatoes ample for his family's wants. With these vegetable productions, and with the game which the rifle supplied them, they lived in abundance, and free from most of those cares which agitate a higher civilization. But the old man was quite agitated in receiving and entertaining his unwelcome guests. He was an adopted Creek, and ought to be in sympathy with his nation. He was bound to regard the white men as his enemies, to withhold from them all important information, and to deliver them up to the Creeks if possible. Should he be suspected of sympathy with the white man, the tomahawk of the savage would soon cleave his brain. He entreated Crockett immediately to leave him. "Only an hour ago," said he, "there were 10 Creek warriors here, all on horseback, and painted and armed. Should they come back and discover you here, they would certainly kill you all, and put me and my family to death also." But Crockett, instead of being alarmed by this intelligence, was only animated by it. He assured Radcliffe that he could desire no better luck than to meet a dozen Indians on the warpath. He considered his party quite strong enough to meet, at any time, 3 times their number. Evening was approaching, and the full moon, in cloudless brilliance, was rising over the forest, flooding the whole landscape with extraordinary splendor. After feeding their horses abundantly and feasting themselves from the fat larder of their host, they saddled their steeds and resumed their journey by moonlight. The trail still led through the silent forest. It was, as usual, very narrow, so that the horses walked along in single file. As there was danger of falling into an ambush, not a word was spoken, and, as noiselessly as possible, they moved onward, every eye on the eager lookout. They had been thus riding along when Crockett, in the advance, heard the noise of some animals or persons apparently approaching. At a given signal, instantly the whole party stopped. Every man grasped his rifle, ready in case of need, to leap from his horse and select the largest tree near him as a rampart for the battle. All solicitude was, however, soon dispelled by seeing simply 2 persons advancing along the trail on Indian ponies. They proved to be 2 negro slaves who had been captured by the Indians, and who, having escaped, were endeavoring to make their way back to their former master. They were brothers, and being both very stout men and able to speak the Indian as well as the English language, were esteemed quite a powerful reinforcement to the Crockett party. They rode quietly along another hour and a half, when toward midnight they saw in the distance the gleam of campfires, and heard shouts of merriment and revelry. They knew that these must come from the camp of the friendly Cherokees, to which their Indian guide, Jack Thompson, was leading them. Soon a spectacle of wonderful picturesque beauty was opened to their view. Upon the banks of a beautiful mountain stream there was a wide plateau, carpeted with the renowned blue grass, as verdant and soft as could be found in any gentleman's park. There was no underbrush. The trees were 2 or 3 yards from each other, composing a luxuriant overhanging canopy of green leaves, more beautiful than art could possibly create. Beneath this charming grove, and illumined by the moonshine which, in golden tracery, pierced the foliage, there were 6 or 8 Indian lodges scattered about. An immense bonfire was crackling and blazing, throwing its rays far and wide through the forest. Moving around, in various engagements and sports, were about 40 men, women, and children, in the fringed, plumed, and brilliantly colored attire of which the Indians were so fond. Quite a number of them, with bows and arrows, were shooting at a mark, which was made perfectly distinct by the blaze of pitch pine knots, a light which no flame of candle or gas could outvie. It was a scene of sublimity and beauty, of peace and loveliness, which no artist could adequately transfer to canvas. The Cherokees received very cordially the newcomers, took care of their horses, and introduced them to their sports. Many of the Indians had guns, but powder and bullets were too precious to be expended in mere amusements. Indeed, the Indians were so careful of their ammunition that they rarely put more than half as much powder into a charge as the white man used. They endeavored to make up for the deficiency by creeping nearer to their prey. Crockett and his men joined these barbarians, merry in their pleasant sports. Such are the joys of peace, so different from the miseries of demoniac war. At length the festivities were closed, and all began to prepare to retire to sleep. The Cherokees were neutral in the war between the whites and the Creek Indians. It was very important for them to maintain this neutrality strictly, that they might not draw down upon themselves the vengeance of either party. Some of the Cherokees now began to feel anxious lest a war party of the Creeks should come along and find them entertaining a war party of the whites, who were entering their country as spies. They therefore held an interview with one of the negroes, and requested him to inform Mr. Crockett that should a war party come and find his men in the Cherokee village, not only would they put all the white men to death, but there would also be the indiscriminate massacre of all the men, women, and children in the Cherokee lodges. Crockett, wrapped in his blanket, was half asleep when this message was brought to him. Raising his head, he said to the negro, in terms rather savoring of the spirit of the braggadocio than that of a high-minded and sympathetic man, "Tell the Cherokees that I will keep a sharp lookout, and if a single Creek comes near the camp tonight, I will carry the skin of his head home to make me a moccasin." When this answer was reported to the Indians, they laughed aloud and dispersed. It was not at all improbable that there might be an alarm before morning. The horses were therefore, after being well fed, tied up with their saddles upon them, that they might be instantly mounted in case of emergence. They all slept, also, with their arms in their hands. Just as Crockett was again falling into a doze, a very shrill Indian yell was heard in the forest, the yell of alarm. Every man, white and red, was instantly upon his feet. An Indian runner soon made his appearance, with the tidings that more than 1,000 Creek warriors had, that day, crossed the Coosa River, but a few leagues south of them, at what was called the 10 Islands, and were on the march to attack an American force, which, under General Jackson, was assembling on another portion of the Coosa River. The friendly Indians were so greatly alarmed that they immediately fled. Crockett felt bound to carry back this intelligence as speedily as possible to the headquarters from which he had come. He had traversed a distance of about 60 miles in a southerly direction. They returned by the same route over which they had passed. But they found that a general alarm had pervaded the country. Radcliffe and his family, abandoning everything, had fled, they knew not where. When they reached the Cherokee town of which we have before spoken, not a single Indian was to be seen. Their fires were still burning, which showed the precipitancy with which they had taken flight. This rather alarmed the party of the whites. They feared that the Indian warriors were assembling from all quarters, at some secret rendezvous, and would soon fall upon them in overwhelming numbers. They therefore did not venture to replenish the Indian fires and lie down by the warmth of them, but pushed rapidly on their way. It chanced to be a serene, moonlit night. The trail through the forest, which the Indians' foot for countless generations had trodden smooth, illumined by the soft rays of the moon, was exceedingly beautiful. They traveled in single file, every nerve at its extreme tension, in anticipation of falling into some ambush. Before morning they had accomplished about 30 miles. In the gray dawn they again reached Mr. Brown's. Here they found grazing for their horses, and corn and game for themselves. Horses and riders were equally fatigued. The weary adventurers were in no mood for talking. After dozing for about an hour or two, they again set out, and about noon reached the general rendezvous, from which they had departed but a few days before. Here Crockett was not a little disappointed in the reception he encountered. He was a young, raw backwoodsman, nearly on a level with the ordinary savage. He was exceedingly illiterate and ignorant, and yet he had the most amazing self-confidence, with not a particle of reverence for any man, whatever his rank or culture. He thought no one his superior. Colonel Coffee paid very little respect to his vainglorious report. In the following characteristic strain, Crockett comments on the event. "He didn't seem to mind my report a bit. This raised my dander higher than ever. But I knowed that I had to be on my best behavior, and so I kept it all to myself, though I was so mad that I was burning inside like a tar kiln, and I wonder that the smoke had not been pouring out of me at all points. The next day Major Gibson got in. He brought a worse tale than I had, though he stated the same facts as far as I went. This seemed to put our Colonel all in a fidget, and it convinced me clearly of one of the hateful ways of the world. When I made my report I was not believed, because I was no officer. I was no great man, but just a poor soldier. But when the same thing was reported by Major Gibson, why then it was all true as preaching, and the Colonel believed it every word." There was indeed cause for alarm. Many of the Indian chiefs displayed military ability of a very high order. Our officers were frequently outgeneraled by their savage antagonists. This was so signally the case that the Indians frequently amused themselves in laughing to scorn the folly of the white men. Every able-bodied man was called to work in throwing up breastworks. A line of ramparts was speedily constructed, nearly a quarter of a mile in circuit. An express was sent to Fayetteville, where General Jackson was assembling an army, to summon him to the rescue. With characteristic energy he rushed forward, by forced marches day and night until his troops stood, with blistered feet, behind the newly erected ramparts. They felt now safe from attack by the Indians. An expedition of 800 volunteers, of which Crockett was one, was fitted out to recross the Tennessee River, and marching by the way of Huntsville to attack the Indians from an unexpected quarter. This movement involved a double crossing of the Tennessee. They pressed rapidly along the northern bank of this majestic stream, about 40 or 50 miles, due west, until they came to a point where the stream expands into a width of nearly 2 miles. This place was called Muscle Shoals. The river could be here forded, though the bottom was exceedingly rough. The men were all mounted. Several horses got their feet so entangled in the crevices of the rocks that they could not be disengaged, and they perished there. The men, thus dismounted, were compelled to perform the rest of the campaign on foot. 100 miles south of this point, in the state of Alabama, the Indians had a large village, called Black Warrior. The lodges of the Indians were spread over the ground where the city of Tuscaloosa now stands. The wary Indians kept their scouts out in all directions. The runners conveyed to the warriors prompt warning of the approach of their foes. These Indians were quite in advance of the northern tribes. Their lodges were full as comfortable as the log huts of the pioneers, and in their interior arrangements more tasteful. The buildings were quite numerous. Upon many of them much labor had been expended. Luxuriant cornfields spread widely around, and in well-cultivated gardens they raised beans and other vegetables in considerable abundance. The hungry army found a good supply of dried beans for themselves, and carefully housed corn for their horses. They feasted themselves, loaded their pack horses with corn and beans, applied the torch to every lodge, laying the whole town in ashes, and then commenced their backward march. Fresh Indian tracks indicated that many of them had remained until the last moment of safety. The next day the army marched back about 15 miles to the spot where it had held its last encampment. 800 men on a campaign consume a vast amount of food. Their meat was all devoured. They had now only corn and beans. The soldiers were living mostly on parched corn. Crockett went to Colonel Coffee, then in command, and stating very truthfully that he was an experienced hunter, asked permission to draw aside from the ranks and hunt as they marched along. The Colonel gave his consent, but warned him to be watchful in the extreme, lest he should fall into an Indian ambush. Crockett was brave but not reckless. He plunged into the forest with vigilant gaze piercing the solitary space in all directions. He was alone, on horseback. He was not gone far when he found a deer just killed by a noiseless arrow. The animal was but partially skinned, and still warm and smoking. The deer had certainly been killed by an Indian, and it was equally certain that the savage, seeing his approach, had fled. The first thought of Crockett was one of alarm. The Indian might be hidden behind some one of the gigantic trees, and the next moment a bullet from the Indian's rifle might pierce his heart. But a second thought reassured him. The deer had been killed by an arrow. Had the Indian been armed with a rifle, nothing would have been easier, as he saw the approach of Crockett in the distance, than for him to have concealed himself, and then to have taken such deliberate aim at his victim as to be sure of his death. Mounting the horse which Crockett rode, the savage might have disappeared in the wilderness beyond all possibility of pursuit. But this adventure taught Crockett that he might not enjoy such good luck the next time. Another Indian might be armed with a rifle, and Crockett, self-confident as he was, could not pretend to be wiser in woodcraft than were the savages. Crockett dismounted, took up the body of the deer, laid it upon the mane of his horse, in front of the saddle, and remounting, with increasing vigilance made his way, as rapidly as he could, to the trail along which the army was advancing. He confesses to some qualms of conscience as to the right of one hunter thus to steal away the game killed by another. It was late in the afternoon when he reached the rear. He pressed along to overtake his own company. The soldiers looked wistfully at the venison. They offered him almost any price for it. Crockett was by nature a generous man. There was not a mean hair in his head. This generosity was one of the virtues which gave him so many friends. Rather boastfully, and yet it must be admitted truthfully, he writes, in reference to this adventure: "I could have sold it for almost any price I would have asked. But this wasn't my rule, neither in peace nor war. Whenever I had anything and saw a fellow being suffering, I was more anxious to relieve him than to benefit myself. And this is one of the true secrets of my being a poor man to the present day. But it is my way. And while it has often left me with an empty purse, it has never left my heart empty of the consolations which money couldn't buy, the consolation of having sometimes fed the hungry and covered the naked. I gave all my deer away except a small part, which I kept for myself, and just sufficient to make a good supper for my mess." The next day, in their march, they came upon a drove of swine which belonged to a Cherokee farmer. The whites were as little disposed as were the Indians in this war to pay any respect to private property. Hundreds of rifles were aimed at the poor pigs, and their squealing indicated that they had a very hard time of it. The army, in its encampment that night, feasted very joyously upon fresh pork. This thrifty Cherokee was also the possessor of a milch cow. The animal was speedily slaughtered and devoured. They soon came upon another detachment of the army, and uniting, marched to 10 Islands, on the Coosa River, where they established a fort, which they called Fort Strother, as a depot for provisions and ammunition. They were here not far from the center of the country inhabited by the hostile Indians. This fort stood on the left bank of the river, in what is now St. Clair County, Alabama. It was a region but little explored, and the whites had but little acquaintance with the nature of the country around them, or with the places occupied by the Indians. Some scouts, from the Friendly Creeks, brought the intelligence that, at the distance of about 8 miles from the fort, there was an Indian town, where a large party of warriors was assembled in preparation for some secret expedition. A large and select band was immediately dispatched on horseback to attack them by surprise. 2 friendly Creeks led them with Indian sagacity through circuitous trails. Stealthily they approached the town, and dividing their force, marched on each side so as to encircle it completely. Aided by their Creek guides, this important movement was accomplished without the warriors discovering their approach. The number of whites was so great that they were enabled to surround the town with so continuous a line that escape was impossible for any enclosed within that fearful barrier of loaded rifles wielded by unerring marksmen. Closer and more compactly the fatal line was drawn. These movements were accomplished in the dim morning twilight. All being ready, Captain Hammond and a few rangers were sent forward to show themselves and to bring on the fight. The moment the warriors caught sight of them, one general war whoop rose from every throat. Grasping their rifles, they rushed headlong upon the rangers, who retired before them. They soon reached one portion of the compact line, and were received with a terrible fire, which struck many of them down in instant death. The troops then closed rapidly upon the doomed Indians, and from the north, the south, the east, and the west, they were assailed by a deadly storm of bullets. Almost immediately the Indians saw that they were lost. There was no possibility of escape. This was alike manifest to every one, to warrior, squaw, and papoose. All surrendered themselves to despair. The warriors threw down their weapons, in sign of surrender. Some rushed into the lodges. Some rushed towards the soldiers, stretching out their unarmed hands in supplication for life. The women, in particular, panic-stricken, ran to the soldiers, clasped them about the knees, and looked up into their faces, with piteous supplications for life. Crockett writes, "I saw 7 squaws have hold of one man. So I hollered out the Scriptures was fulfilling, that there was 7 women holding to one man's coat tail. But I believe it was a hunting shirt all the time. We took them all prisoners that came out to us in this way." 46 warriors, by count, threw down their arms in token of surrender, and ran into one of the large houses. A band of soldiers pursued them, with the apparent intent of shooting them down. It was considered rare sport to shoot an Indian. A woman came to the door, bow and arrow in hand. Fixing the arrow upon the string, she drew the bow with all the strength of her muscular arm, and let the arrow fly into the midst of the approaching foe. It nearly passed through the body of Lieutenant Moore, killing him instantly. The woman made no attempt to evade the penalty which she knew would follow this act. In an instant 20 bullets pierced her body, and she fell dead at the door of the house. The infuriate warriors rushed in and shot the defenseless warriors mercilessly, until every one was fatally wounded or dead. Then they set the house on fire and burned it up, with the 46 warriors in it. It mattered not to them whether the flames consumed the flesh of the living or of the dead. There was something very remarkable in the stoicism which the Indians ever manifested. There was a bright-looking little Indian boy, not more than 12 years of age, whose arm was shattered by one bullet, and his thigh bone by another. Thus terribly wounded, the poor child crept from the flames of the burning house. There was no pity in that awful hour to come to his relief. The heat was so intense that his almost naked body could be seen blistering and frying by the fire. The heroic boy, striving in vain to crawl along, was literally roasted alive, and yet he did not utter an audible groan. The slaughter was awful, But 5 of the Americans were killed. 186 of the Indians were either killed or taken prisoner. The party returned with their captives the same day to Fort Strother. The army had so far consumed its food that it was placed on half rations. The next day a party was sent back to the smoldering town to see if any food could be found. Even these hardy pioneers were shocked at the awful spectacle which was presented. The whole place was in ruins. The half-burned bodies of the dead, in awful mutilation, were scattered around. Demoniac war had performed one of its most fiend-like deeds. On this bloody field an Indian babe was found clinging to the bosom of its dead mother. Jackson urged some of the Indian women who were captives to give it nourishment. They replied, "All the child's friends are killed. There is no one to care for the helpless babe. It is much better that it should die." Jackson took the child under his own care, ordered it to be conveyed to his tent, nursed it with sugar and water, took it eventually with him to the hermitage, and brought it up as his son. He gave the boy the name of Lincoyer. He grew up a finely formed young man, and died of consumption at the age of 17. Jackson was a very stern man. The appeals of pity could seldom move his heart. Still there were traits of heroism which marked his character. On the return march a half-starved soldier came to Jackson with a piteous story of his famished condition. Jackson drew from his pocket a handful of acorns, and presenting a portion to the man, said, "This is all the fare I have. I will share it with you." Beneath one of the houses was found quite a large cellar, well stored with potatoes. These were eagerly seized. All the other stores of the Indians the insatiable flames had consumed. Starvation now began to threaten the army. The sparsely settled country afforded no scope for forage. There were no herds of cattle, no well-replenished magazines near at hand. Neither was there game enough in the spreading wilderness to supply so many hungry mouths. The troops were compelled to eat even the very hides of the cattle whom they had driven before them, and who were now all slaughtered. While in this forlorn condition, awaiting the arrival of food, and keeping very vigilant guard against surprise, one night an Indian, cautiously approaching from the forest, shouted out that he wished to see General Jackson, for he had important information to communicate. He was conducted to the General's tent. The soldiers knew not the news which he brought, but immediately the beat of drums summoned all to arms. In less than an hour a strong party of cavalry and infantry, in the darkness, were on the march. General Andrew Jackson was one of the most energetic of men. The troops crossed the Coosa River to the eastern shore, and as rapidly as possible pressed forward in a southerly direction toward Talladega, which was distant about 30 miles. Gradually the rumor spread through the ranks that General Jackson had received the following intelligence. At Talladega there was a pretty strong fort, occupied by friendly Indians. They had resolutely refused to take part in the war against the Americans. 1,100 hostile warriors of the Creek Nation marched upon the fort, encamped before it, and sent word to the friendly Indians within the palisades that if they did not come out and join them in an expedition against the whites, they would utterly demolish the fort and take all their provisions and ammunition. The Creeks were in sufficient strength to accomplish their threat. The friendly Indians asked for 3 days to consider the proposition. They stated that if, at the end of this time, they did not come out to join them in an expedition against the whites, they would surrender the fort. The request was granted. Instantly an Indian runner was dispatched to inform General Jackson, at Fort Strother, of their danger, and to entreat him to come to their aid. Hence the sudden movement. The Creek warriors had their scouts out, carefully watching, and were speedily apprised of the approach of General Jackson's band. Immediately they sent word into the fort, to the friendly Indians there, that the American soldiers were coming, with many fine horses, and richly stored with guns, blankets, powder, bullets, and almost everything else desirable. They promised that if the Indians would come out from the fort and help them attack and conquer the whites, they would divide the rich plunder with them. They assured them that, by thus uniting, they could easily gain the victory over the whites, who were the deadly foes of their whole race. The appeal was not responded to. A little south of the fort there was a stream, which, in its circuitous course, partially encircled it. The bank was high, leaving a slight level space or meadow between it and the stream. Here the hostile Indians were encamped, and concealed from any approaches from the north. It was at midnight on the 7th of December that Jackson set out on this expedition. He had with him, for the occasion, a very strong force, consisting of 1,200 infantry and 800 cavalry. When they reached the fort, the army divided, passing on each side, and again uniting beyond as they approached the concealed encampment of the enemy. While passing the fort, the friendly Indians clambered the palisades, and shouted out joyously to the soldiers, "Howdy do, brother! Howdy do, brother!" The lines, meeting beyond the fort, formed for battle. No foe was visible. Nearly 1,000 warriors, some armed with arrows, but many with rifles, were hidden, but a few rods before them, beneath the curving bank, which was fringed with bushes. Major Russell, with a small party, was sent cautiously forward to feel for the enemy, and to bring on the battle. He was moving directly into the curve, where a concentric fire would soon cut down every one of his men. The Indians in the fort perceived his danger, and shouted warning to him. He did not understand their language. They made the most earnest gestures. He did not comprehend their meaning. Two Indians then leaped from the fort, and running toward him, seized his horse by the bridle. They made him understand that more than 1,000 warriors, with rifle in hand and arrows on the string, were hidden at but a short distance before him, ready to assail him with a deadly fire. The account which Crockett gives of the battle, though neither very graphic nor classic, is worthy of insertion here, as illustrative of the intellectual and moral traits of that singular man. "This brought them to a halt, and about this moment the Indians fired upon them, and came rushing forth like a cloud of Egyptian locusts, and screaming like all the young devils had been turned loose, with the old devil of all at their head. Russell's company quit their arses and took into the fort. Their horses ran up to our line, which was then in view. The warriors then came yelling on, meeting us, and continued till they were within shot of us, when we fired and killed a considerable number of them. They broke like a gang of steers and ran across to the other line. And so we kept them running from one line to the other, constantly under a heavy fire, till we had killed upward of 400 of them. They fought with guns and also with bow and arrows, but at length they made their escape through a part of our line which was made up of drafted militia, which broke ranks, and they passed. We lost 15 of our men, as brave fellows as ever lived or died. We buried them all in one grave, and started back to our fort. But before we got there, 2 more of our men died of wounds they had received, making our total loss 17 good fellows in that battle." End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 5 of David Crockett, His Life and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brett W. Downey. David Crockett, His Life and Adventures, by John S. Abbott. Chapter 5. Indian Warfare. The army, upon its return to Fort Strother, found itself still in a starving condition. Though the expedition had been eminently successful in the destruction of Indian warriors, it had consumed their provisions, without affording them any additional supply. The weather had become intensely cold. The clothing of the soldiers, from hard usage, had become nearly worn out. The horses were also emaciate and feeble. There was danger that many of the soldiers must perish from destitution and hunger. The regiment to which Crockett belonged had enlisted for 60 days. Their time had long since expired. The officers proposed to Jackson that they and their soldiers might be permitted to return to their homes, promising that they would immediately re-enlist after having obtained fresh horses and fresh clothing. Andrew Jackson was by nature one of the most unyielding of men. His will was law, and must be obeyed, right or wrong. He was at that time one of the most profane of men. He swore by all that was sacred that they should not go, that the departure of so many of the men would endanger the possession of the fort and the lives of the remaining soldiers. There were many of the soldiers in the same condition, whose term of service had expired. They felt that they were free and enlightened Americans, and resented the idea of being thus enslaved and driven, like cattle, at the will of a single man. Mutinous feelings were excited. The camp was filled with clamor. The soldiers generally were in sympathy with those who demanded their discharge, having faithfully served out the term of their enlistment. Others felt that their own turn might come when they too might be thus enslaved. There was a bridge which it was necessary for the soldiers to cross on the homeward route. The inflexible general, supposing that the regulars would be obedient to military discipline, and that it would be for their interest to retain in the camp those whose departure would endanger all their lives, placed them upon the bridge, with cannon loaded to the muzzle with grape shot. They were ordered mercilessly to shoot down any who would attempt to cross without his permission. In Crockett's ludicrous account of this adventure, he writes, The general refused to let us go. We were, however, determined to go. With this, the general issued his orders against it. We began to fix for a start. The general went and placed his cannon on a bridge we had to cross, and ordered out his regulars and drafted men to prevent our crossing. But when the militia started to guard the bridge, they would holler back to us to bring their knapsacks along when we came, for they wanted to go as bad as we did. We got ready, and moved on till we came near the bridge, where the general's men were all strung along both sides. But we all had our flints ready picked, and our guns ready primed, that, if we were fired upon, we might fight our way through, or all die together. When we came still nearer the bridge, we heard the guards cocking their guns, and we did the same. But we marched boldly on, and not a gun was fired, nor a life lost. When we had passed, no further attempt was made to stop us. We went on, and near Huntsville we met a reinforcement, who were going on to join the army. It consisted of a regiment of 60-day volunteers. We got home pretty safely, and in a short time we had procured fresh horses and a supply of clothing better suited for the season. The officers and soldiers ere long rendezvoused again at Fort Deposit. Personally interested as every one was in subduing the Creeks, whose hostility menaced every hamlet with flames, and the inmates of those hamlets with massacre, still the officers were so annoyed by the arrogance of General Jackson that they were exceedingly unwilling to serve again under his command. Just as they came together, a message came from General Jackson demanding that, on their return, they should engage to serve for 6 months. He regarded enlistment merely for 60 days as absurd. With such soldiers, he justly argued that no comprehensive campaign could be entered upon. The officers held a meeting to decide upon this question. In the morning, at drumbeat, they informed the soldiers of the conclusion that they had formed. Quite unanimously they decided that they would not go back on a 6 months' term of service, but that each soldier might do as he pleased. Crockett writes, "I knowed if I went back home I wouldn't rest, for I felt it my duty to be out. And when out, I was somehow or other always delighted to be in the thickest of the danger. A few of us, therefore, determined to push on and join the army. The number I do not recollect, but it was very small." When Crockett reached Fort Strother, he was placed in a company of scouts under Major Russell. Just before they reached the fort, General Jackson had set out on an expedition in a southeasterly direction to what was called Horseshoe Bend, on the Tallapoosa River. The party of scouts soon overtook him, and led the way. As they approached the spot, through the silent trails which threaded the wide solitudes, they came upon many signs of Indians being around. The scouts gave the alarm, and the main body of the army came up. The scouts, under Jackson, amounted to about 1,000 men. It was the evening of January 23, 1814. The campfires were built, supper prepared, and sentinels being carefully stationed all around to prevent surprise, the soldiers, protected from the wintry wind only by the gigantic forest, wrapped themselves in their blankets and threw themselves down on the withered leaves for sleep. The Indians crept noiselessly along from tree to tree, each man searching for a sentinel, until about 2 hours before day, when they opened a well-aimed fire from the impenetrable darkness in which they stood. The sentinels retreated back to the encampment, and the whole army was roused. The troops were encamped in the form of a hollow square, and thus were necessarily between the Indians and the light of their own campfires. Not a warrior was to be seen. The only guide the Americans had in shooting was to notice the flash of the enemy's guns. They fired at the flash, but as every Indian stood behind a tree, it is not probable that many, if any, were harmed. The Indians were very wary not to expose themselves. They kept at a great distance, and were not very successful in their fire. Though they wounded quite a number, only 4 men were killed. With the dawn of the morning they all vanished. General Jackson did not wish to leave the corpses of the slain to be dug up and scalped by the savages. He therefore erected a large funeral pyre, placed the bodies upon it, and they were soon consumed to ashes. Some litters were made of long and flexible poles, attached to 2 horses, one at each end, and upon these the wounded were conveyed over the rough and narrow way. The Indians, thus far, had manifestly been the victors. They had inflicted serious injury upon the Americans, and there is no evidence that a single one of their warriors had received the slightest harm. This was the great object of Indian strategy. In the wars of civilization, a great general has ever been willing to sacrifice the lives of 10,000 of his own troops, if, by doing so, he could kill 20,000 of the enemy. But it was never so with the Indians. They prized the lives of their warriors too highly. On their march the troops came to a wide creek, which it was necessary to cross. Here the Indians again prepared for battle. They concealed themselves so effectually as to elude all the vigilance of the scouts. When about half the troops had crossed the stream, the almost invisible Indians commenced their assault, opening a very rapid but scattering fire. Occasionally a warrior was seen darting from one point to another to obtain better vantage ground. Major Russell was in command of a small rear guard. His soldiers soon appeared running almost breathless to join the main body, pursued by a large number of Indians. The savages had chosen the very best moment for their attack. The artillerymen were in an open field surrounded by the forest. The Indians, from behind stumps, logs, and trees, took deliberate aim, and almost every bullet laid a soldier prostrate. Quite a panic ensued. Two of the colonels, abandoning their regiments, rushed across the creek to escape the deadly fire. There is no evidence that the Indians were superior in numbers to the Americans, but it cannot be denied that the Americans, though under the leadership of Andrew Jackson, were again outgeneraled. General Jackson lost, in this short conflict, in killed and wounded, nearly 100 men. His disorganized troops at length effected the passage of the creek, beyond which the Indians did not pursue them. Crockett writes: "I will not say exactly that the old general was whipped, but I think he would say himself that he was nearer whipped this time than any other, for I know that all the world couldn't make him acknowledge that he was pointedly whipped. I know I was mighty glad when it was over, and the savages quit us, for I began to think there was one behind every tree in the woods." Crockett, having served out his term, returned home. But he was restless there. Having once experienced the excitements of the camp, his wild, untrained nature could not repose in the quietude of domestic life. The conflict between the United States and a small band of Indians was very unequal. The loss of a single warrior was to the Creeks irreparable. General Jackson was not a man to yield to difficulties. On the 27th of March, 1814, he drove 1,200 Creek warriors into their fort at Tohopeka. There they were surrounded, so that escape was impossible, and the fort was set on fire. The carnage was awful. Almost every warrior perished by the bullet or in the flames. The military power of the tribe was at an end. The remnant, utterly dispirited, sued for peace. Quite a number of the Creek warriors fled to Florida, and joined the hostile Indian tribes there. We were at this time involved in our second war with Great Britain. The government of our mother country was doing everything in its power to rouse the savages against us. The armies in Canada rallied most of the northern tribes beneath their banners. Florida at that time belonged to Spain. The Spanish government was nominally neutral in the conflict between England and the United States. But the Spanish governor in Florida was in cordial sympathy with the British officers. He lent them all the aid and comfort in his power, carefully avoiding any positive violation of the laws of neutrality. He extended very liberal hospitality to the refugee Creek warriors, and in many ways facilitated their cooperation with the English. A small British fleet entered the mouth of the Apalachicola River, and landed 300 soldiers. Here they engaged vigorously in constructing a fort, and in summoning all the surrounding Indian tribes to join them in the invasion of the Southern States. General Jackson, with a force of between 1,000 and 2,000 men, was in northern Alabama, but a few days' march north of the Florida line. He wrote to the Secretary of War in substance as follows: "The hostile Creeks have taken refuge in Florida. They are there fed, clothed, and protected. The British have armed a large force with munitions of war, and are fortifying and stirring up the savages. If you will permit me to raise a few hundred militia, which can easily be done, I will unite them with such a force of regulars as can easily be collected, and will make a descent on Pensacola, and will reduce it. I promise you I will bring the war in the South to a speedy termination, and the English influence with the savages in this quarter shall be forever destroyed." The President was not prepared thus to provoke war with Spain by the invasion of Florida. Andrew Jackson assumed the responsibility. The British had recently made an attack upon Mobile, and being repulsed had retired with their squadron to the harbor of Pensacola. Jackson called for volunteers to march upon Pensacola. Crockett roused himself at the summons like the war horse who snuffs the battle from afar. "I wanted," he wrote, "a small taste of British fighting, and I supposed they would be there." His wife again entered her tearful remonstrance. She pointed to her little children in their lonely hut far away in the wilderness, remote from all neighborhood, and entreated the husband and the father not again to abandon them. Rather unfeelingly he writes: The entreaties of my wife were thrown in the way of my going, but all in vain, for I always had a way of just going ahead at whatever I had a mind to." Many who have perused this sketch thus far may inquire, with some surprise, what is it which has given this man such fame as is even national? He certainly does not develop a very attractive character, and there is but little of the romance of chivalry thrown around his exploits. The secret is probably to be found in the following considerations, the truth of which the continuation of this narrative will be continually unfolding. Without education, without refinement, without wealth or social position, or any special claims to personal beauty, he was entirely self-possessed and at home under all circumstances. He never manifested the slightest embarrassment. The idea seemed never to have entered his mind that there could be any person superior to David Crockett, or anyone so humble that Crockett was entitled to look down upon him with condescension. He was a genuine democrat. All were in his view equal. And this was not the result of thought, of any political or moral principle. It was a part of his nature, which belonged to him without any volition, like his stature or complexion. This is one of the rarest qualities to be found in any man. We do not here condemn it, or applaud it. We simply state the fact. In the army he acquired boundless popularity from his fun-making qualities. In these days he was always merry. Bursts of laughter generally greeted Crockett's approach and followed his departure. He was blessed with a memory which seemed absolutely never to have forgotten anything. His mind was an inexhaustible storehouse of anecdote. These he had ever at command. Though they were not always, indeed were seldom, of the most refined nature, they were, none the less, adapted to raise shouts of merriment in cabin and in camp. What Sidney Smith was at the banqueting board in the palatial saloon, such was David Crockett at the campfire and in the log hut. If ever in want of an illustrative anecdote, he found no difficulty in manufacturing one. His thoughtless kindness of heart and good nature were inexhaustible. Those in want never appealed to him in vain. He would even go hungry himself that he might feed others who were more hungry. He would, without a moment's consideration, spend his last dollar to buy a blanket for a shivering soldier, and, without taking any merit for the deed, would never think of it again. He did it without reflection, as he breathed. Such was the David Crockett who, from the mere love of adventure, left wife and children, in the awful solitude of the wilderness, to follow General Jackson in a march to Pensacola. He seems fully to have understood the character of the general, his merits and his defects. The main body of the army, consisting of a little more than 2,000 men, had already commenced its march, when Crockett repaired to a rendezvous in the northern frontiers of Alabama, where another company was being formed, under Major Russell, soon to follow. The company numbered 130 men and commenced its march. They forded the Tennessee River at Muscle Shoals, and marched south unmolested, through the heart of the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations, and pressed rapidly forward 200 or 300 miles until they reached the junction of the Tombeckbee and Alabama rivers, in the southern section of the state. The main army was now but 2 days' march before them. The troops, thus far, had been mounted, finding sufficient grazing for their horses by the way. But learning that there was no forage to be found between there and Pensacola, they left their animals behind, under a sufficient guard, at a place called Cut Off, and set out for the rest of the march, a distance of about 80 miles, on foot. The slight protective works they threw up here they called Fort Stoddard. These light troops, hardy men of iron nerves, accomplished the distance in about 2 days. On the evening of the second day they reached an eminence but a short distance out from Pensacola, where they found the army encamped. Not a little to Crockett's disappointment, he learned that Pensacola was already captured. Thus he lost his chance at having "a small taste of British fighting." The British and Spaniards had obtained intelligence of Jackson's approach, and had made every preparation to drive him back. The forts were strongly garrisoned, and all the principal streets of the little Spanish city were barricaded. Several British war vessels were anchored in the bay, and so placed as to command with their guns the principal entrance to the town. Jackson, who had invaded the Spanish province unsanctioned by the government, was anxious to impress upon the Spanish authorities that the measure had been reluctantly adopted, on his own authority, as a military necessity, and that he had no disposition to violate their neutral rights, but that it was indispensable that the British should be dislodged and driven away. The pride of the Spaniard was roused, and there was no friendly response to this appeal. But the Spanish garrison was small, and, united with the English fleet, could present no effectual opposition to the 3,000 men under such a lion-hearted leader as General Jackson. On the 7th of January the general opened fire upon the foe. The conflict was short. The Spaniards were compelled to surrender their works. The British fled to the ships. The guns were turned upon them. They spread sail and disappeared. Jackson was severely censured, at the time, for invading the territory of a neutral power. The final verdict of his countrymen has been decidedly in his favor. It was supposed that the British would move for the attack of Mobile. This place then consisted of a settlement of about 150 houses. General Jackson, with about 2,000 men, marched rapidly for its defense. A few small broken bands of hostile yet despairing Creeks fled back from Florida into the wilds of Alabama. A detachment of nearly 1,000 men, under Major Russell, were sent in pursuit of these fleas among the mountains. Crockett made part of this expedition. The pursuing soldiers directed their steps northwest about 100 miles to Fort Montgomery on the Alabama, just above its confluence with the Tombeckbee, about 12 miles above Fort Stoddart. Not far from there was Fort Mimms, where the awful massacre had taken place which opened the Creek War. There were many cattle grazing in the vicinity of the fort at the time of the massacre, which belonged to the garrison. These animals were now running wild. 1,000 hungry men gave them chase. The fatal bullet soon laid them all low, and there was a great feasting and hilarity in the camp. The carouse was much promoted by the arrival that evening of a large barge, which had sailed up the Alabama River from Mobile, with sugar, coffee, and, best of all, as the soldiers said, worst of all, as humanity cries, with a large amount of intoxicating liquors. The scene presented that night was wild and picturesque in the extreme. The horses of the army were scattered about over the plain, grazing upon the rich herbage. There was wood in abundance near, and the campfires for 1,000 men threw up their forked flames, illumining the whole region with almost the light of day. The white tents of the officers, the varied groups of the soldiers running here and there in all possible attitudes, the cooking and feasting, often whole quarters of beef roasting on enormous spits before the vast fires, afforded a spectacle such as is rarely seen. One picture instantly arrested the eye of every beholder. There were 186 friendly Chickasaw and Choctaw Indians, who had enlisted in the army. They formed a band by themselves under their own chiefs. They were all nearly naked, gorgeously painted and decorated with the very brilliant attire of the warrior, with crimson-colored plumes and moccasins and leggings richly fringed, and dyed in bright and strongly contrasting hues. These savages were in the enjoyment of their greatest delight, drinking to frenzy, and performing their most convulsive dances around the flaming fires. In addition to this spectacle which met the eye, there were sounds of revelry which fell almost appallingly upon the ear. The wide expanse reverberated with bacchanal songs, and drunken shouts and frenzied war whoops. These were all blended in an inextricable clamor. With the unrefined eminently, and in a considerable degree with the most refined, noise is one of the most essential elements of festivity. 1,000 men were making all the noise they could in this midnight revel. Probably never before since the dawn of creation had the banks of the Alabama echoed with such a clamor as in this great carouse, which had so suddenly burst forth from the silence of the almost uninhabited wilderness. This is the poetry of war. This it is which lures so many men from the tameness of ordinary life to the ranks of the army. In such scenes Crockett, bursting with fun, the incarnation of wit and good nature, was in his element. Here he was chief. All did him homage. His pride was gratified by his distinction. Life in his lonely hut with his wife and children seemed, in comparison, too spiritless to be endured. The Alabama here runs nearly west. The army was on the south side of the river. The next day the Indians asked permission to cross to the northern bank on an exploring expedition. Consent was given, but Major Russell decided to go with them, taking a company of 16 men, of whom Crockett was one. They crossed the river and encamped upon the other side, seeing no foe and encountering no alarm. They soon came to a spot where the winding river, overflowing its banks, spread over a wide extent of the flat country. It was about 1.5 miles across this inundated meadow. To journey around it would require a march of many miles. They waded the meadow. The water was very cold, often up to their armpits, and they stumbled over the rough ground. This was not the poetry of war. But still there is a certain degree of civilization in which the monotony of life is relieved by such adventures. When they reached the other side they built large fires, and warmed and dried themselves. They were in search of a few fugitive Indian warriors, who, fleeing from Pensacola, had scattered themselves over a wilderness many hundred square miles in extent. This pursuit of them, by 1,000 soldiers, seems now very foolish, but it is hardly safe for us, seated by our quiet firesides, and with but a limited knowledge of the circumstances, to pass judgment upon the measure. The exploring party consisted, as we have mentioned, of nearly 200 Indians and 16 white men. They advanced very cautiously. 2 scouts were kept some distance in the advance, 2 on the side nearest the river, and 5 on their right. In this way they had moved along about 6 miles, when the 2 spies in front came rushing breathlessly back, with the tidings that they had discovered a camp of Creek Indians. They halted for a few moments while all examined their guns and their priming and prepared for battle. The Indians went through certain religious ceremonies, and getting out their war paint, colored their bodies anew. Then they came to Major Russell and told him that, as he was to lead them in battle, he must be painted too. He humored them, and was painted in the most approved style of an Indian warrior. The plan of battle was arranged to strike the Indian camp by surprise, when they were utterly unprepared for any resistance. The white men were cautiously to proceed in the advance, and pour in a deadly fire to kill as many as possible. The Indians were then, taking advantage of the panic, to rush in with tomahawk and scalping knife, and finish the scenes according to their style of battle, which spared neither women nor children. It is not pleasant to record such a measure. They crept along, concealed by the forest, and guided by the sound of pounding, till they caught sight of the camp. A little to their chagrin, they found that it consisted of 2 peaceful wigwams, where there was a man, a woman, and several children. The wigwams were also on an island of the river, which could not be approached without boats. There could not be much glory won by an army of 200 men routing such a party and destroying their home. There was also nothing to indicate that these Indians had even any unfriendly feelings. The man and woman were employed in bruising what was called briar root, which they had dug from the forest, for food. It seems that this was the principal subsistence used by the Indians in that vicinity. While the soldiers were deliberating what next to do, they heard a gun fired in the direction of the scouts, at some distance on the right, followed by a single shrill war whoop. This satisfied them that if the scouts had met with a foe, it was indeed war on a small scale. There seemed no need for any special caution. They all broke and ran towards the spot from which the sounds came. They soon met 2 of the spies, who told the following not very credible story, but one highly characteristic of the times. As they were creeping along the forest, they found 2 Indians, who said they were Creeks, out hunting. As they were approaching each other, it so happened that there was a dense cluster of bushes between them, so that they were in a few feet of meeting before either party was discovered. The 2 spies were Choctaws. They advanced directly to the Indians and addressed them in the most friendly manner, stating that they had belonged to General Jackson's army, but had escaped and were on their way home. They shook hands, kindled a fire, and sat down and smoked in apparent perfect cordiality. One of the Creeks had a gun, the other had only a bow and arrows. After this friendly interview, they rose and took leave of each other, each going in opposite directions. As soon as their backs were turned, and they were but a few feet from each other, one of the Choctaws turned around and shot the unsuspecting Creek who had the gun. He fell dead without a groan. The other Creek attempted to escape, while the other Choctaw snapped his gun at him repeatedly, but it missed fire. They then pursued him, overtook him, knocked him down with the butt of their guns, and battered his head until he was also motionless in death. One of the Choctaws, in his frenzied blows, broke the stock of his rifle. They then fired off the gun of the Creek who was killed, and one of them uttered the war whoop, which was heard by the rest of the party. These 2 savages drew their scalping knives and cut off the heads of both their victims. As the whole body came rushing up, they found the gory corpses of the slain, with their dissevered heads near by. Each Indian had a war club. With these massive weapons each savage, in his turn, gave the mutilated heads a severe blow. When they had all performed this barbaric deed, Crockett, whose peculiar type of good nature led him not only to desire to please the savages, but also to know what would please them, seized a war club, and, in his turn, smote with all his strength the mangled, blood-stained heads. The Indians were quite delighted. They gathered around him with very expressive grunts of satisfaction, and patting him upon the back, exclaimed, "Good warrior! Good warrior!" The Indians then scalped the heads, and, leaving the bodies unburied, the whole party entered a trail which led to the river, near the point where the 2 wigwams were standing. As they followed the narrow path they came upon the vestiges of a cruel and bloody tragedy. The moldering corpses of a Spaniard, his wife, and 4 children lay scattered around, all scalped. Our hero Crockett, who had so valiantly smitten the dissevered heads of the 2 Creeks who had been so treacherously murdered, confesses that the revolting spectacle of the whites, scalped and half devoured, caused him to shudder. He writes: "I began to feel mighty ticklish along about this time, for I knowed if there was no danger then, there had been, and I felt exactly like there still was." The white soldiers, leading the Indians, continued their course until they reached the river. Following it down, they came opposite the point where the wigwams stood upon the island. The 2 Indian hunters who had been killed had gone out from this peaceful little encampment. Several Indian children were playing around, and the man and woman who they had before seen were still beating their roots. Another Indian woman was also there seen. These peaceful families had no conception of the disaster which had befallen their companions who were hunting in the woods. Even if they had heard the report of the rifles, they could only have supposed that it was from the guns of the hunters firing at game. The evening twilight was fading away. The whole party was concealed in a dense canebrake which fringed the stream. 2 of the Indians were sent forward as a decoy, a shameful decoy, to lure into the hands of 200 warriors an unarmed man, 2 women, and 8 or 10 children. The Indians picked out some of their best marksmen and hid them behind the trees and logs near the river. They were to shoot down the Indians whom others should lure to cross the stream. The creek which separated the island from the mainland was deep, but not so wide but that persons without much difficulty could make themselves heard across it. 2 of the Indians went down to the riverside and hailed those at the wigwams, asking them to send a canoe across to take them over. An Indian woman came down to the bank and informed them that the canoe was on their side, that 2 hunters had crossed the creek that morning and had not yet returned. These were the 2 men who had been so inhumanly murdered. Immediate search was made for the canoe, and it was found a little above the spot where the men were hiding. It was a very large, buoyant birch canoe, constructed for the transportation of a numerous household, with all their goods and such game as they might take. This they loaded with warriors to the water's edge, and they began vigorously to paddle over to the island. When the one solitary Indian man there saw this formidable array approaching, he fled into the woods. The warriors landed and captured the 2 women and their little children, 10 in number, and conveyed their prisoners, with the plunder of the wigwams, back across the creek to their own encampment. This was not a very brilliant achievement to be accomplished by an army of 200 warriors, aided by a detachment of 16 white men under Major Russell. What finally became of these captives we know not. It is gratifying to be informed by David Crockett that they did not kill either the squaws or the papooses. The company then marched through the silent wilderness, a distance of about 30 miles east, to the Conecuh River. This stream, in its picturesque windings through a region where even the Indians seldom roved, flowed into the Scambia, the principal river which pours its floods, swollen by many tributaries, into Pensacola Bay. It was several miles above the point where the detachment struck the river that the Indian encampment, to which the 2 murdered men had alluded, was located. But the provisions of the party were exhausted. There was scarcely any game to be found. Major Russell did not deem it prudent to march to the attack of the encampment until he had obtained a fresh supply of provisions. The main body of the army, which had remained in Florida, moving slowly about without any definite object, waiting for something to turn up, was then upon the banks of the Scambia. Colonel Blue was in command. David Crockett was ordered to take a light birch canoe and 2 men, one a friendly Creek Indian, and paddle down the stream about 20 miles to the main camp. Here he was to inform Colonel Blue of Major Russell's intention to ascend the Conecuh to attack the Creeks, and to request the Colonel immediately dispatch some boats up the river with the needful supplies. It was a romantic adventure descending in the darkness that wild and lonely stream, winding through the dense forest of wonderful exuberance of vegetation. In the early evening he set out. The night proved very dark. The river, swollen by recent rains, overflowed its banks and spread far and wide over the low bottoms. The river was extremely crooked, and it was with great difficulty that they could keep the channel. But the instinct of the Indian guide led them safely along, through overhanging boughs and forest glooms, until, a little before midnight, they reached the camp. There was no time to be lost. Major Russell was anxious to have the supplies that very night dispatched to him, lest the Indians should hear of their danger and should escape. But Colonel Blue did not approve of the expedition. There was no evidence that the Indian encampment consisted of anything more than half a dozen wigwams, where a few inoffensive savages, with their wives and children, were eking out a half-starved existence by hunting, fishing, and digging up roots from the forest. did not seem wise to send an army of 216 men to carry desolation and woe to such humble homes. Crockett was ordered to return with this message to the major. Military discipline, then and there, was not very rigid. He hired another man to carry back the unwelcome answer in his place. In the light canoe the three men rapidly ascended the sluggish stream. Just as the sun was rising over the forest they reached the camp of Major Russell. The detachment then immediately commenced its march down the river Scambia, and joined the main body at a point called Miller's Landing. Here, learning that some of the fugitive Indians were on the eastern side of the stream, a mounted party was sent across, swimming their horses, and several Indians were hunted down and shot. Soon after this, the whole party, numbering nearly 1,200 in all, commenced a toilsome march of about 200 or 300 miles across the state to the Chattahoochee River, which constitutes the boundary line between southern Alabama and Georgia. Their route led through pathless wilds. No provisions of any importance could be found by the way. They therefore took with them rations for 28 days. But their progress was far more slow and toilsome than they had anticipated. Dense forests were to be threaded, where it was necessary for them to cut their way through almost tropical entanglement of vegetation. Deep and broad marshes were to be waded, where the horses sank almost to their saddle girths. There were rivers to be crossed, which could only be forded by ascending the banks through weary leagues of wilderness. Thus, when 28 days had passed, and their provisions were nearly expended, though they had for some time been put upon short allowance, they found that they had accomplished but 3/4 of their journey. Actual starvation threatened them. But twice in 19 days did Crockett taste of any bread. Despondency spread its gloom over the half-famished army. Still they toiled along, almost hopeless, with tottering footsteps. War may have its excitements and its charms, but such a march as this, of woe-begone, emaciate, skeleton bands, is not to be counted as among war's pomps and glories. One evening, in the deepening twilight, when they had been out 34 days, the Indian scouts, ever sent in advance, came into camp with the announcement that at the distance of but a few hours' march before them, the Chattahoochee River was to be found, with a large Indian village upon its banks. We know not what reason there was to suppose that the Indians inhabiting this remote village were hostile, but as the American officers decided immediately upon attacking them, we ought to suppose that they, on the ground, had sufficient reason to justify this course. The army was immediately put in motion. The rifles were loaded and primed, and the flints carefully examined, that they might not fall into ambush unprepared. The sun was just rising as they cautiously approached the doomed village. There was a smooth green meadow a few rods in width on the western bank of the river, skirted by the boundless forest. The Indian wigwams and lodges, of varied structure, were clustered together on this treeless, grassy plain in much picturesque beauty. The Indians had apparently not been apprised of the approach of the terrible tempest of war about to descend upon them. Apparently at that early hour they were soundly asleep. Not a man, woman, or child was to be seen. Silently, screened by thick woods, the army formed in line of battle. The 200 Indian warriors, rifle in hand and tomahawk at belt, stealthily took their position. The white men took theirs. At a given signal, the war whoop burst from the lips of the savages, and the wild halloo of the backwoodsmen reverberated through the forest, as both parties rushed forward in impetuous charge. "We were all so furious," writes Crockett, "that even the certainty of a pretty hard fight could not have restrained us." But to the intense mortification of these valiant men, not a single living being was found as food for bullet or tomahawk. The huts were all deserted, and despoiled of every article of any value. There was not a skin, or an unpicked bone, or a kernel of corn left behind. The Indians had watched the march of the foe, and, with their wives and little ones, had retired to regions where the famishing army could not follow them. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 6 of David Crockett, His Life and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brett W. Downey. David Crockett, His Life and Adventures, by John S. Abbott. Chapter 6. The Camp and the Cabin. The army, far away in the wilds of southern Alabama, on the banks of the almost unknown Chattahoochee, without provisions, and with leagues of unexplored wilderness around, found itself in truly a deplorable condition. The soldiers had hoped to find, in the Indian village, stores of beans and corn, and quantities of preserved game. In the impotence of their disappointment they applied the torch, and laid the little village in ashes. A council was held, and it was deemed best to divide their forces. Major Childs took one half of the army and retraced their steps westward, directing their course toward Baton Rouge, where they hoped to find General Jackson with a portion of the army with which he was returning from New Orleans. The other division, under Major Russell, pressed forward as rapidly as possible nearly north, aiming for Fort Decatur, on the Tallapoosa River, where they expected to find shelter and provisions. Crockett accompanied Major Russell's party. Indian sagacity was now in great requisition. The friendly savages led the way through scenes of difficulty and entanglement where, but for their aid, the troops might all have perished. So great was the destitution of food that the soldiers were permitted to stray, almost at pleasure, on either side of the line of march. Happy was the man who could shoot a raccoon, or a squirrel, or even the smallest bird. Implicit confidence was placed in the guidance of the friendly Indians, and the army followed in single file along the narrow trail which the Indians trod before them. Crockett, in this march, had acquired so much the confidence of the officers that he seems to have enjoyed quite unlimited license. He went where he pleased, and did what he pleased. Almost invariably at night, keeping pace with the army, he would bring in some small game, a bird or a squirrel, and frequently several of these puny animals. It was a rule, when night came, for all the hunters to throw down what they had killed in one pile. This was then divided among the messes as equitably as possible. One night Crockett returned empty-handed. He had killed nothing, and he was very hungry. But there was a sick man in his mess who was suffering far more than he. Crockett, with his invariable unselfishness and generosity, forgot his own hunger in his solicitude for his sick comrade. He went to the fire of Captain Cowen, who was commandant of the company to which Crockett belonged, and told him his story. Captain Cowen was broiling, for his supper, the gizzard of a turkey. He told Crockett that the turkey was all that had fallen to the share of his company that night, and that the bird had already been divided in very small fragments among the sick. There was nothing left for Crockett's friend. On this march the army was divided into messes of 8 or 10 men, who cooked and ate their food together. This led Crockett to decide that he and his mess would separate themselves from the rest of the army, and make a small and independent band. The Indian scouts, well armed and very wary, took the lead. They kept several miles in advance of the main body of the troops, that they might give timely warning should they encounter any danger. Crockett and his mess kept close after them, following the trail and leaving the army 1 or 2 miles behind. One day the scouts came across 9 Indians. We are not informed whether they were friends or enemies, whether they were hunters or warriors, whether they were men, women, or children, whether they were in their wigwams or wandering through the forest, whether they were all together or were found separately. We are simply told that they were all shot down. The circumstances of the case are such that the probabilities are very strong that they were shot as a wolf or a bear might be shot, at sight, without asking any questions. The next day the scouts found a frail encampment where there were 3 Indians. They shot them all. The sufferings of the army, as it toiled along through these vast realms of unknown rivers and forest glooms, and marshes and widespread, flower-bespangled prairies, became more and more severe. Game was very scarce. For 3 days Crockett's party killed barely enough to sustain life. He writes: "At last we all began to get nearly ready to give up the ghost, and lie down and die, for we had no prospect of provision, and we knowed we couldn't go much farther without it." While in this condition they came upon one of those wide and beautiful prairies which frequently embellish the landscape of the South and the West. This plain was about 6 miles in width, smooth as a floor, and waving with tall grass and the most brilliantly colored flowers. It was bordered with a forest of luxuriant growth, but not a tree dotted its surface. They came upon a trail leading through the tall, thick grass. Crockett's practised eye saw at once that it was not a trail made by human footsteps, but the narrow path along which deer strolled and turkeys hobbled in their movement across the field from forest to forest. Following this trail they soon came to a creek of sluggish water. The lowlands on each side were waving with a rank growth of wild rye, presenting a very green and beautiful aspect. The men were all mounted, as indeed was nearly the whole army. By grazing and browsing, the horses, as they moved slowly along at a foot pace, kept in comfortable flesh. This rye field presented the most admirable pasturage for the horses. Crockett and his comrades dismounted and turned the animals loose. There was no danger of their straying far in so fat a field. Crockett and another man, Van Zant by name, leaving the horses to feed, pushed across the plain to the forest in search of some food for themselves. They wandered for some time and found nothing. At length Crockett espied a squirrel on a limb of a tall tree. He shot the animal and wounded it, but it succeeded in creeping into a small hole in the tree, 30 feet from the ground. There was not a limb for that distance to aid in climbing. Still, the wants of the party were such that Crockett climbed the tree to get the squirrel, and felt that he had gained quite a treasure. "I shouldn't relate such small matters," he writes, "only to show what lengths a hungry man will go to get something to eat." Soon after he killed 2 more squirrels. Just as he was reloading his gun, a large flock of fat turkeys rose from the marshy banks of the creek along which they were wandering, and flying but a short distance relighted. Van Zant crept forward and aiming at a large gobbler, fired and brought him down. The flock immediately flew back to the spot where Crockett stood. He leveled his rifle, took deliberate aim, and another fine turkey fell. The flock then disappeared. The 2 hunters made the forest resound with shouts of triumph. They had 2 large fat turkeys, which would be looked at wistfully upon any gourmand's table, and for side dishes they had 3 squirrels. Thus they were prepared for truly a Thanksgiving feast. Hastily they returned with their treasure, when they learned that the others of their party had found a bee tree, that is, a tree where a swarm of bees had taken lodgment and were laying in their winter stores. They cut down the tree with their hatchets, and obtained an ample supply of wild honey. They all felt that they had indeed fallen upon a vein of good luck. It was but a short distance from the creek to the gigantic forest, rising sublimely in its luxuriance, with scarcely an encumbering shrub of undergrowth. They entered the edge of the forest, built a hot fire, roasted their game, and, while their horses were enjoying the richest of pasturage, they, with their keen appetites, enjoyed a more delicious feast than the far-famed Delmonico ever provided for his Epicurean guests. The happy party, rejoicing in the present and taking no thought for the morrow, spent the night in this camp of feasting. The next morning they were reluctant to leave such an inviting hunting ground. Crockett and Van Zant again took to their rifles and strolled into the forest in search of game. Soon they came across a fine buck, which seemed to have tarried behind to watch the foe, while the rest of the herd, of which he was protector, had taken to flight. The beautiful creature, with erect head and spreading antlers, gallantly stopping to investigate the danger to which his family was exposed, would have moved the sympathies of any one but a professed hunter. Crockett's bullet struck him, wounded him severely, and he limped away. Hotly the 2 hunters pursued. They came to a large tree which had been blown down, and was partly decayed. An immense grizzly bear crept growling from the hollow of this tree and plunged into the forest. It was in vain to pursue him without dogs to retard his flight. They, however, soon overtook the wounded buck and shot him. With this treasure of venison upon their shoulders, they had but just returned to their camp when the main body of the army came up. The game which Crockett had taken, and upon which they had feasted so abundantly, if divided among 1,200 men, would not have afforded a mouthful apiece. The army was in the most deplorable condition of weakness and hunger. Ere long they reached the Coosa, and followed up its eastern bank. About 20 miles above the spot where they struck the river there was a small military post, called Fort Decatur. They hoped to find some food there. And yet, in that remote, almost inaccessible station, they could hardly expect to meet with anything like a supply for 1,200 half-famished men. Upon reaching the river, Crockett took a canoe and paddled across. On the other shore he found an Indian. Instead of shooting him, he much more sensibly entered into relations of a friendly trade with the savage. The Indian had a little household in his solitary wigwam, and a small quantity of corn in store. Crockett wore a large hat. Taking it from his head, he offered the Indian a silver dollar if he would fill it with corn. But the little bit of silver, with its enigmatical character stamped upon it, was worth nothing to the Indian. He declined the offer. Speaking a little broken English, he inquired, "You got any powder? You got any bullets?" Crockett told him he had. He promptly replied, "Me will swap my corn for powder and bullets." Eagerly the man gave a hatful of corn for 10 bullets and 10 charges of powder. He then offered another hatful at the same price. Crockett took off his hunting shirt, tied it up so as to make a sort of bag, into which he poured his 2 hatfuls of corn. With this great treasure he joyfully paddled across the stream to rejoin his companions. It is pleasant to think that the poor Indian was not shot, that his wigwam was not burned over his head, and that he was left with means to provide his wife and children with many luxurious meals. The army reached Fort Decatur. One single meal consumed all the provisions which the garrison could by any possibility spare. They had now entered upon a rough, hilly, broken country. The horses found but little food and began to give out. About 50 miles farther up the Coosa River there was another military station, in the lonely wilds, called Fort William. Still starving, and with tottering horses, they toiled on. Parched corn, and but a scanty supply of that, was now almost their only subsistence. They reached the fort. 1 ration of pork and 1 ration of flour were mercifully given them. It was all which could be spared. To remain where they were was certain starvation. 40 miles above them on the same stream was Fort Strother. Sadly they toiled along. The skeleton horses dropped beneath their riders and were left, saddled and bridled, for the vultures and the wolves. On their route to Fort Strother they passed directly by the ancient Indian fort of Talladega. It will be remembered that a terrible battle had been fought here by General Jackson with the Indians on the 7th of December, 1813. In the carnage of that bloody day nearly 500 Indians fell. Those who escaped scattered far and wide. A few of them sought refuge in distant Florida. The bodies of the slain were left unburied. Slowly the flesh disappeared from the bones, either devoured by wild beasts or decomposed by the action of the atmosphere. The field, as now visited, presented an appalling aspect. Crockett writes: "We went through the old battle ground, and it looked like a great gourd patch. The skulls of the Indians who were killed still lay scattered all about. Many of their frames were still perfect, as their bones had not separated." As they were thus despairingly tottering along, they came across a narrow Indian trail with fresh footmarks, indicating that moccasined Indians had recently passed along. It shows how little they had cause to fear from the Indians that Crockett, entirely alone, should have followed that trail, trusting that it would lead to some Indian village, where he could hope to buy some more corn. He was not deceived in his expectation. After threading the narrow and winding path about 5 miles, he came to a cluster of Indian wigwams. Boldly he entered the little village, without apparently the slightest apprehension that he should meet with any unfriendly reception. He was entirely at the mercy of the savages. Even if he were murdered, it would never be known by whom. And if it were known, the starving army, miles away, pressing along in its flight, was in no condition to send a detachment to endeavor to avenge the deed. The savages received him as though he had been one of their own kith and kin, and readily exchanged corn with him for powder and bullets. He then returned, but did not overtake the rest of the army until late in the night. The next morning they were so fortunate as to encounter a detachment of United States troops on the march to Mobile. These troops, having just commenced their journey, were well supplied, and they liberally distributed their corn and provisions. Here Crockett found his youngest brother, who had enlisted for the campaign. There were also in the band many others of his old friends and neighbors. The succeeding day, the weary troops, much refreshed, reached a point on the river Coosa, opposite Fort Strother, and crossing the stream, found there shelter and plenty of provisions. We know not, and do not care to know, who was responsible for this military movement, which seems to us now as senseless as it was cruel and disastrous. But it is thus that poor humanity has ever gone blundering on, displaying but little wisdom in its affairs. Here Crockett had permission to visit his home, though he still owed the country a month of service. In his exceeding rude, unpolished style which pictures the man, he writes: "Once more I was safely landed at home with my wife and children. I found them all well and doing well, and though I was only a rough sort of backwoodsman, they seemed mighty glad to see me, however little the quality folks might suppose it. For I do reckon we love as hard in the backwood country as any people in the whole creation. But I had been home only a few days when we received orders to start again, and to go on to the Black Warrior and Cohalah rivers, to see if there were no Indians there. I knowed well enough there was none, and I wasn't willing to trust my craw any more where there was neither any fighting to do, nor anything to go on. So I agreed to give a young man, who wanted to go, the balance of my wages if he would serve out my time, which was about a month. He did so, and when they returned, sure enough, they hadn't seen an Indian any more than if they had been, all the time, chopping wood in my clearing. This closed my career as a warrior, and I am glad of it, for I like life now a heap better than I did then, and I am glad all over that I lived to see these times, which I should not have done if I had kept fooling along in war, and got used up at it. When I say I am glad, I just mean that I am glad that I am alive, for there is a confounded heap of things I ain't glad of at all." When Crockett wrote the above he was a member of Congress and a very earnest politician. He was much opposed to the measure of President Jackson in removing the deposits from the United States Bank, a movement which greatly agitated the whole country at that time. In speaking of things which he was not glad, he writes, "I ain't glad, for example, that the government moved the deposits, and if my military glory should take such a turn as to make me president after the General's time, I will move them back. Yes, I, the government, will take the responsibility and move them back again. If I don't, I wish I may be shot." The hardships of war had blighted Crockett's enthusiasm for wild adventures, and had very considerably sobered him. He remained at home for 2 years, diligently at work upon his farm. The battle of New Orleans was fought. The war with England closed, and peace was made with the poor Indians, who, by British intrigue, had been goaded to the disastrous fight. Death came to the cabin of Crockett, and his faithful wife, the tender mother of his children, was taken from him. We cannot refrain from quoting his own account of this event, as it does much honor to his heart. "In this time I met with the hardest trial which ever falls to the lot of man. Death, that cruel leveler of all distinctions, to whom the prayers and tears of husbands, and even of helpless infancy, are addressed in vain, entered my humble cottage, and tore from my children an affectionate, good mother, and from me a tender and loving wife. It is a scene long gone by, and one which it would be supposed I had almost forgotten. Yet when I turn my memory back upon it, it seems but as the work of yesterday. It was the doing of the Almighty, whose ways are always right, though we sometimes think they fall heavily upon us. And as painful as even yet is the remembrance of her sufferings, and the loss sustained by my little children and myself, yet I have no wish to lift up the voice of complaint. I was left with 3 children. The 2 eldest were sons, the youngest a daughter, and at that time a mere infant. It appeared to me, at that moment, that my situation was the worst in the world. I couldn't bear the thought of scattering my children, and so I got my youngest brother, who was also married, and his family, to live with me. They took as good care of my children as they well could, but yet it wasn't all like the care of a mother. And though their company was to me, in every respect, like that of a brother and sister, yet it fell far short of being like that of a wife. So I came to the conclusion that it wouldn't do, but that I must have another wife." One sees strikingly, in the above quotation, the softening effect of affliction on the human heart. There was a widow in the neighborhood, a very worthy woman, who had lost her husband in the war. She had 2 children, a son and a daughter, both quite young. She owned a snug little farm, and being a very capable woman, was getting along quite comfortably. Crockett decided that he should make a good stepfather to her children, and she a good stepmother for his. The courtship was in accordance with the most approved style of country love-making. It proved to be a congenial marriage. The 2 families came very harmoniously together, and in their lowly hut enjoyed peace and contentment, such as frequently is not found in more ambitious homes. But the wandering propensity was inherent in the very nature of Crockett. He soon tired of the monotony of a farmer's life, and longed for change. A few months after his marriage he set out, with 3 of his neighbors, all well mounted, on an exploring tour into central Alabama, hoping to find new homes there. Taking a southerly course, they crossed the Tennessee River, and striking the upper waters of the Black Warrior, followed down that stream a distance of about 200 miles from their starting point, till they came near to the place where Tuscaloosa, the capital of the state, now stands. This region was then almost an unbroken wilderness. But during the war Crockett had frequently traversed it, and was familiar with its general character. On the route they came to the hut of a man who was a comrade of Crockett in the Florida campaign. They spent a day with the retired soldier, and all went out in the woods together to hunt. Frazier unfortunately stepped upon a venomous snake, partially covered with leaves. The reptile struck its deadly fangs into his leg. The effect was instantaneous and awful. They carried the wounded man, with his bloated and throbbing limb, back to the hut. Here such remedies were applied as backwoods medical science suggested, but it was evident that many weeks would elapse ere the man could move, even should he eventually recover. Sadly they were constrained to leave their suffering companion there. What became of him is not recorded. The three others, Crockett, Robinson, and Rich, continued their journey. Their route led them through a very fertile and beautiful region, called Jones's Valley. Several emigrants had penetrated and reared their log huts upon its rich and blooming meadows. When they reached the spot where the capital of the state now stands, with its spacious streets, its public edifices, its halls of learning, its churches, and its refined and cultivated society, they found only the silence, solitude, and gloom of the wilderness. With their hatchets they constructed a rude camp to shelter them from the night air and the heavy dew. It was open in front. Here they built their campfire, whose cheerful glow illumined the forest far and wide, and which converted midnight glooms into almost midday radiance. The horses were hobbled and turned out to graze on a luxuriant meadow. It was supposed that the animals, weary of the day's journey and finding abundant pasturage, would not stray far. The travelers cooked their supper, and throwing themselves upon their couch of leaves, enjoyed that sound sleep which fatigue, health, and comfort give. When they awoke in the morning the horses were all gone. By examining the trail it seemed that they had taken the back track in search of their homes. Crockett, who was the most vigorous and athletic of the three, leaving Robinson and Rich in the camp, set out in pursuit of the runaways. It was a rough and dreary path he had to tread. There was no comfortable road to traverse, but a mere path through the forest, bog, and ravine, which, at times, it was difficult to discern. He had hills to climb, creeks to ford, swamps to wade through. Hour after hour he pressed on, but the horses could walk faster than he could. There was nothing in their footprints which indicated that he was approaching any nearer to them. At last, when night came, and Crockett judged that he had walked 50 miles, he gave up the chase as hopeless. Fortunately, he reached the cabin of a settler, where he remained until morning. A rapid walk, almost a run, of 50 miles in one day is a very severe operation even for the most hardy of men. When Crockett awoke, after his night's sleep, he found himself so lame that he could scarcely move. He was, however, anxious to get back with his discouraging report to his companions. He therefore set out, and hobbled slowly and painfully along, hoping that exercise would gradually loosen his stiffened joints. But, mile after mile he grew worse rather than better. His head began to ache very severely. A burning fever spread through his veins. He tottered in his walk, and his rifle seemed so heavy that he could scarcely bear its weight. He was toiling through a dark and gloomy ravine, damp and cold, and thrown into shade by the thick foliage of the overhanging trees. So far as he knew, no human habitation was near. Night was approaching. He could go no farther. He had no food, but he did not need any, for a deathly nausea oppressed him. Utterly exhausted, he threw himself down upon the grass and withered leaves, on a small dry mound formed by the roots of a large tree. Crockett had no wish to die. He clung very tenaciously to life, and yet he was very apprehensive that then and there he was to linger through a few hours of pain, and then die, leaving his unburied body to be devoured by wild beasts, and his friends probably forever ignorant of his fate. Consumed by fever, and agitated by these painful thoughts, he remained for an hour or two, when he heard the sound of approaching footsteps and of human voices. His sensibilities were so stupefied by his sickness that these sounds excited but little emotion. Soon 3 or 4 Indians made their appearance, walking along the narrow trail in single file. They saw the prostrate form of the poor, sick white man, and immediately gathered around him. The rifle of Crockett, and the powder and bullets which he had, were, to these Indians, articles of almost inestimable value. One blow of the tomahawk would send the helpless man to realms where rifles and ammunition were no longer needed, and his priceless treasures would fall into their hands. Indeed, it was not necessary even to strike that blow. They had but to pick up the rifle, and unbuckle the belt, which contained the powder horn and bullet pouch, and leave the dying man to his fate. But these savages, who had never read our Saviour's beautiful parable of the Good Samaritan, acted the Samaritan's part to the white man, whom they found in utter helplessness and destitution. They kneeled around him, trying to minister to his wants. One of them had a watermelon. He cut from it a slice of the rich and juicy fruit and entreated him to eat it, but his stomach rejected even that delicate food. They then, by very expressive signs, told him that if he did not take some nourishment that he would die and be buried there. A thing, Crockett writes, I was confoundedly afraid of myself. Crockett inquired how far it was to any house. They signified to him, by signs, that there was a white man's cabin about 1.5 miles from where they were, and urged him to let them conduct him to that house. He rose to make the attempt, but he was so weak that he could with difficulty stand, and unsupported could not walk a step. One of these kind Indians offered to go with him, and relieving Crockett of the burden of his rifle, and with his strong arm supporting and half carrying him, at length succeeded in getting him to the log hut of the pioneer. The shades of night were falling. The sick man was so far gone that it seemed to him that he could scarcely move another step. A woman came to the door of the lowly hut and received them with a woman's sympathy. There was a cheerful fire blazing in one corner, giving quite a pleasing aspect to the room. In another corner there was a rude bed, with bedclothing of the skins of animals. Crockett's benefactor laid him tenderly upon the bed, and leaving him in the charge of his countrywoman, bade him adieu, and hastened away to overtake his companions. What a different world would this be from what it has been, did the spirit of kindness manifested by this poor Indian universally animate human hearts. O brother man, fold to thy heart thy brother. Where pity dwells, the peace of God is there. To worship rightly is to love each other, each smile a hymn, each kindly word a prayer. The woman's husband was, at the time, absent, but she carefully nursed her patient, preparing him for some soothing herb tea. Delirium came, and for several hours Crockett, in a state of unconsciousness, dwelt in the land of troubled dreams. The next morning he was a little more comfortable, but still in a high fever, and often delirious. It so happened that two white men, on an exploring tour, as they passed along the trail, met the Indians, who informed them that one of their sick countrymen was at a settler's cabin at but a few miles' distance. With humanity characteristic of a new and sparsely settled country, they turned aside to visit him. They proved to be old acquaintances of Crockett. He was so very anxious to get back to the camp where he had left his companions, and who, knowing nothing of his fate, must think it very strange that he had thus deserted them, that they, very reluctantly, in view of his dangerous condition, consented to help him on his way. They made as comfortable a seat as they could, of blankets and skins, which they buckled on the neck of one of the horses just before the saddle. Upon this Crockett was seated. One of the men then mounted the saddle behind him, threw both arms around the patient, and thus they commenced their journey. The sagacious horse was left to pick out his own way along the narrow trail at a slow foot pace. As the horse thus bore a double burden, after journeying an hour or two, Crockett's seat was changed to the other horse. Thus alternating, the painful journey of nearly 50 miles was accomplished in about 2 days. When they reached the camp, Crockett, as was to have been expected, was in a far worse condition than when they had commenced the journey. It was evident that he was to pass through a long run of fever, and that his recovery was very doubtful. His companions could not thus be delayed. They had already left Frazier, one of their company, perhaps to die of the bite of a venomous snake, and now they were constrained to leave Crockett, perhaps to die of malarial fever. They ascertained that, at the distance of a few miles from them, there was another log cabin in the wilderness. They succeeded in purchasing a couple of horses, and in transporting the sick man to this humble house of refuge. Here Crockett was left to await the result of his sickness, unaided by any medical skill. Fortunately he fell into the hands of a family who treated him with the utmost kindness. For a fortnight he was in delirium, and knew nothing of what was transpiring around him. Crockett was a very amiable man. Even the delirium of disease developed itself in kindly words and grateful feelings. He always won the love of those around him. He did not miss delicacies and luxuries of which he had never known anything. Coarse as he was when measured by the standard of a higher civilization, he was not coarse at all in the estimation of the society in the midst of which he moved. In this humble cabin of Jesse Jones, with all its aspect of penury, Crockett was nursed with brotherly and sisterly kindness, and had every alleviation in his sickness which his nature craved. The visitor to Versailles is shown the magnificent apartment, and the regal couch with its gorgeous hangings, upon which Louis XIV, the proudest and most pampered man on earth, languished and died. Crockett, on his pallet in the log cabin, with unglazed window and earthen floor, was a far less unhappy man than the dying monarch surrounded with regal splendors. At the end of a fortnight the patient began to slowly mend. His emaciation was extreme, and his recovery very gradual. After a few weeks he was able to travel. He was then on a route where wagons passed over a rough road, teaming the articles needed in a new country. Crockett hired a wagoner to give him a seat in his wagon and to convey him to the wagoner's house, which was about 20 miles distant. Gaining strength by the way, when he arrived there he hired a horse of the wagoner and set out for home. Great was the astonishment of his family upon his arrival, for they had given him up as dead. The neighbors who had set out on this journey with him had returned, and so reported, for they had been misinformed. They told Mrs. Crockett that they had seen those who were with him when he died, and had assisted in burying him. Still the love of change had not been dispelled from the bosom of Crockett. He did not like the place where he resided. After spending a few months at home, he set out, in the autumn, upon another exploring tour. Our national government had recently purchased, of the Chickasaw Indians, a large extent of territory in southern Tennessee. Crockett thought that in those new lands he would find the earthly paradise of which he was in search. The region was unsurveyed, a savage wilderness, and there was no recognized laws and no organized government there. Crockett mounted his horse, lashed his rifle to his back, filled his powder horn and bullet pouch, and journeying westward nearly 100 miles, through the pathless wilds whose solitudes had a peculiar charm for him, came to a romantic spot called Shoal Creek, in what is now Giles County, in the extreme southern part of Tennessee. He found other adventurers pressing into the new country, where land was abundant and fertile, and could be had for almost nothing. Log cabins were rising in all directions, in what they deemed quite near neighborhood, for they were not separated more than a mile or two from each other. Crockett, having selected his location on the banks of a crystal stream, summoned, as was the custom, some neighbors to his aid, and speedily constructed the cabin of one apartment, to shield his family from the wind and the rain. Moving with such a family is not a very arduous undertaking. 1 or 2 pack horses convey all the household utensils. There are no mirrors, bedsteads, bureaus, or chairs to be transported. With an auger and a hatchet, these articles are soon constructed in their new home. The wife, with the youngest child, rides. The husband, with his rifle upon his shoulder, and followed by the rest of the children, trudges along on foot. Should night or storm overtake them, an hour's work would throw up a camp, with a cheerful fire in front, affording them about the same comforts which they enjoyed in the home they had left. A little meal, baked in the ashes, supplied them with bread, and during the journey of the day the rifle of the father would be pretty sure to pick up some game to add to the evening repast. Crockett and his family reached their new home in safety. Here quite a new sphere of life opened before the adventurer, and he became so firmly settled that he remained in that location for 3 years. In the meantime, pioneers from all parts were rapidly rearing their cabins upon the fertile territory which was then called the New Purchase. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 7 of David Crockett, His Life and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brett W. Downey. David Crockett, His Life and Adventures by John S.C. Abbott. Chapter 7. The Justice of Peace and the Legislator. The wealthy and the prosperous are not disposed to leave the comforts of a high civilization for the hardships of the wilderness. Most of the pioneers who crowded to the New Purchase were either energetic young men who had their fortunes to make, or families who by misfortune had encountered impoverishment. But there was still another class. There were the vile, the unprincipled, the desperate, vagabonds seeking whom they might devour, criminals escaping the penalty of the laws which they had violated. These were the men who shot down an Indian at sight, as they would shoot a wolf, merely for the fun of it, who robbed the Indian of his gun and game, burned his wigwam, and atrociously insulted his wife and daughters. These were the men whom no law could restrain, who brought disgrace upon the name of a white man, and who often provoked the ignorant savage to the most dreadful and indiscriminate retaliation. So many of these infamous men flocked to this New Purchase that life there became quite undesirable. There were no legally appointed officers of peace, no organized laws. Every man did what was pleasing in his own sight. There was no collecting of debts, no redress for violence, no punishment for cheating or theft. Under these circumstances, there was a general gathering of the well-disposed inhabitants of the cabins scattered around, to adopt some measures for their mutual protection. several men were appointed justices of peace, with a set of resolute young men as constables, to execute their commissions. These justices were invested with almost dictatorial power. They did not pretend to know anything about written law or common law. They were merely men of good sound sense, who could judge as to what was right in all ordinary intercourse between man and man. A complaint would be entered to Crockett that one man owed another money, and refused to pay him. Crockett would send his constables to arrest the man and bring him to his cabin. After hearing both parties, if Crockett judged the debt to be justly due, and that it could be paid, he would order the man's horse, cow, rifle, or any other property he owned to be seized and sold, and the debt to be paid. If the man made any resistance, he would be very sure to have his cabin burned down over his head, and he would be very lucky if he escaped a bullet through his own body. One of the most common and annoying crimes committed by these desperadoes was shooting an emigrant's swine. These animals, regarded as so invaluable in a new country, each had its owner's mark, and ranged the woods, fattening upon acorns and other nuts. Nothing was easier than for a lazy man to wander into the woods, shoot one of these animals, take it to his cabin, devour it there, and obliterate all possible traces of the deed. Thus a large and valuable herd would gradually disappear. This crime was consequently deemed to merit the most severe punishment. It was regarded as so disgraceful that no respectable man was liable to suspicion. The punishment for the crime was very severe and very summary. If one of these swine thieves was brought before Justice Crockett, and in his judgment the charge was proved against him, the sentence was, "Take the thief, strip off his shirt, tie him to a tree, and give him a severe flogging. Then burn down his cabin, and drive him out of the country." There was no appeal from this verdict, and no evading its execution. Such was the justice which prevailed in this remote region until the Legislature of Alabama annexed the territory to Giles County, and brought the region under the dominion of organized law. Crockett, who had performed his functions to the entire satisfaction of the community, was then legally appointed a justice of peace, and became fully entitled to the appellation of Esquire. He certainly could not then pretend to any profound legal erudition, for at this time he could neither read nor write. Esquire Crockett, commenting upon this transaction, says, "I was made a squire, according to law, though now the honor rested more heavily upon me than before. For, at first, whenever I told my constable, says I, 'Catch that fellow and bring him up for trial,' away he went, and the fellow must come, dead or alive. For we considered this a good warrant, though it was only in verbal writing. But after I was appointed by the Assembly, they told me that my warrants must be in real writing, and signed, and that I must keep a book and write my proceedings in it. This was a hard business on me, for I could just barely write my own name. But to do this, and write the warrants too, was at least a huckleberry over my persimmon. I had a pretty well informed constable, however, and he aided me very much in this business. Indeed, I told him, when he should happen to be out anywhere and see that a warrant was necessary, and would have a good effect, he needn't take the trouble to come all the way to me to get one, but he could just fill out one, and then, on the trial, I could correct the whole business if he had committed any error. In this way I got on pretty well, till, by care and attention, I improved my handwriting in such a manner as to be able to prepare my warrants and keep my record books without much difficulty. My judgments were never appealed from, and if they had been, they would have stuck like wax, as I gave my decisions on the principles of common justice and honesty between man and man, and relied on natural born sense, and not on law learning, to guide me, for I had never read a page in a law book in all my life." Esquire Crockett was now a rising man. He was by no means diffident. With strong native sense, imperturbable self-confidence, a memory almost miraculously stored with rude anecdotes, and an astonishing command of colloquial and slang language, he was never embarrassed, and never at a loss as to what to say or to do. They were about getting up a new regiment of militia there, and a Captain Matthews, an ambitious, well-to-do settler, with cribs full of corn, was a candidate for the colonelship. He came to Crockett to ensure his support, and endeavored to animate him to more cordial cooperation by promising to do what he could to have him elected major of the regiment. Esquire Crockett at first declined, saying that he was thoroughly disgusted with all military operations, and that he had no desire for any such honors. But as Captain Matthews urged the question, and Crockett reflected that the office would give him some additional respect and influence with his neighbors, and that Major Crockett was a very pleasantly sounding title, he finally consented, and of course very soon became deeply interested in the enterprise. Captain Matthews, as an electioneering measure, invited all his neighbors, far and near, to a very magnificent corn-husking frolic. There was to be a great treat on the occasion, and "all the world," as the French would say, were eager to be there. Crockett and his family were of course among the invited guests. When Crockett got there he found an immense gathering, all in high glee, and was informed, much to his surprise and chagrin, that Captain Matthews' son had offered himself for the office of major in opposition to Crockett. The post had, in reality, but few charms for Crockett, and he did not care much for it, but this unworthy treatment roused his indignation. He was by nature one of the most frank and open-hearted of men, and never attempted to do anything by guile. Immediately he called Captain Matthews aside, and inquired what this all meant. The captain was much embarrassed, and made many lame excuses, saying that he would rather his son would run against any man in the county than against Squire Crockett. "You need give yourself no uneasiness about that," Crockett replied. "I care nothing for the office of major. I shall not allow my name to be used against your son for that office. But I shall do everything in my power to prevent his father from being colonel." In accordance with the custom of the region and the times, after the feasting and the frolicking, Captain Matthews mounted a stump and addressed the assembly in what was appropriately called a stump speech, advocating his election. The moment he closed, Squire Crockett mounted the stump, and on the captain's own grounds, addressing the captain's guests, and himself one of those guests, totally unabashed, made his first stump speech. He was at no loss for words or ideas. He was full to the brim of fun. He could, without any effort, keep the whole assembly in roars of laughter. And there, in the presence of Captain Matthews and his family, he argued his total unfitness to be commander of the regiment. It is to be regretted that there was no reporter present to transmit to us that speech. It must have been a peculiar performance. It certainly added much to Crockett's reputation as an able man and an orator. When the election came, both father and son were badly beaten. Soon after, a committee waited upon Crockett, soliciting him to stand as candidate for the state legislature to represent the two counties of Lawrence and Hickman. Crockett was beginning to be ambitious. He consented. But he had already engaged to take a drove of horses from central Tennessee to the lower part of North Carolina. This was a long journey, and going and coming would take 3 months. He set out early in March, 1821. Upon his return in June, he commenced, with all zeal, his electioneering campaign. Characteristically, he says, "It was a bran fire new business to me. It now became necessary that I should tell the people something about the government, and an eternal sight of other things that I knowed nothing more about than I did about Latin, and law, and such things as that. I have said before, that in those days none of us called General Jackson the government. But I knowed so little about it that if any one had told me that he was the government, I should have believed it, for I had never read even a newspaper in my life, or anything else on the subject." Lawrence County bounded Giles County on the west. Just north of Lawrence came Hickman County. Crockett first directed his steps to Hickman County, to engage in his "bran fire" new work of electioneering for himself as a candidate for the legislature. What ensued cannot be more graphically told than in Crockett's own language. "Here they told me that they wanted to move their town nearer to the center of the county, and I must come out in favor of it. There's no devil if I'd knowed what this meant, or how the town was to be moved, and so I kept dark, going on the identical same plan that I now find is called non-committal. About this time there was a great squirrel hunt, on the Duck River, which was among my people. They were to hunt 2 days, then to meet and count the scalps, and have a big barbecue, and what might be called a tip-top country frolic. The dinners and a general treat was all to be paid for by the party having taken the fewest scalps. I joined one side, and got a gun ready for the hunt. I killed a great many squirrels, and when we counted scalps, my party was victorious. The company had everything to eat and drink that could be furnished in a new country, and much fun and good humor prevailed. But before the regular frolic commenced, I was called on to make a speech as a candidate, which was a business I was as ignorant of as an outlandish negro. A public document I had never seen. How to begin I couldn't tell. I made many apologies, and tried to get off, for I knowed I had a man to run against who could speak prime.
and I knowed, too, that I wasn't able to cut and thrust with him. He was there, and knowing my ignorance as well as I did myself, he urged me to make a speech. The truth is, he thought my being a candidate was a mere matter of sport, and didn't think for a moment that he was in any danger from an ignorant backwoods bear hunter. But I found I couldn't get off, so I determined to go ahead, and leave it to chance what I should say. I got up and told the people I reckoned they knowed what I had come for, but if not, I could tell them. I had come for their votes, and if they didn't watch mighty close, I'd get them too. But the worst of all was that I could not tell them anything about government. I tried to speak about something, and I cared very little what, until I choked up as bad as if my mouth had been jammed and crammed chock full of dry mush. There the people stood, listening all the while, with their eyes, mouths, and ears all open to catch every word I could speak. At last I told them that I was like a fellow I had heard of not long before. He was beating on the head of an empty barrel on the roadside, when a traveler, who was passing along, asked him what he was doing that for. The fellow replied that there was some cider in that barrel a few days before, and he was trying to see if there was any then. But if there was, he couldn't get at it. I told them that there had been a little bit of speech in me a while ago, but I believed I couldn't get it out. They all roared out in a mighty laugh, and I told some other anecdotes, equally amusing to them, and believing I had them in a first-rate way, I quit and got down, thanking the people for their attention. But I took care to remark that I was as dry as a powder horn, and that I thought it was time for us to all wet our whistles a little. And so I put off to a liquor stand, and was followed by the greater part of the crowd. I felt certain this was necessary, for I knowed my competitor could talk government matters to them as easy as he pleased. He had, however, mighty few left to hear him, as I continued with the crowd, now and then taking a horn, and telling good-humored stories till he was done speaking. I found I was good for the votes at the hunt, and when we broke up I went on to the town of Vernon, which was the same they wanted me to move. Here they pressed me again on the subject. I found I could get either party by agreeing with them, but I told them I didn't know whether it would be right or not, and so couldn't promise either way. This famous barbecue was on Saturday. The next Monday the county court held its session at Vernon. There was a great gathering of the pioneers from all the parts of the county. The candidates for the governor of the state, for a representative in Congress, and for the state legislature were all present. Some of these men were of considerable ability, and certainly of very fluent speech. The backwoodsmen, from their huts, where there was no books, no newspapers, no intelligent companionship, found this a rich intellectual treat. Their minds were greatly excited as they listened to the impassioned and glowing utterances of speaker after speaker, for many of these stump orators had command of a rude but very effective eloquence. Crockett listened also, with increasing anxiety. He knew that his turn was to come, and that he must mount the stump and address the listening throng. He perceived that he could not speak as these men were speaking, and perhaps for the first time in his life began to experience some sense of inferiority. He writes, "The thought of having to make a speech made my knees feel mighty weak, and set my heart to fluttering almost as bad as my first love scrape with the Quaker's niece. But as good luck would have it, these big candidates spoke nearly all day, and when they quit, the people were worn out with fatigue, which afforded me a good apology for not discussing the government. But I listened mighty close to them, and was learning pretty fast about political matters. When they were all done, I got up and told some laughable story and quit. I found I was safe in those parts, and so I went home, and did not go back again till after the election was over. But, to cut this matter short, I was elected, doubling my competitor, and 9 votes over. A short time after this, I was at Pulaski, where I met with Colonel Polk, now a member of Congress from Tennessee. He was at that time a member elected to the legislature, as well as myself. In a large company he said to me, "Well, Colonel, I suppose we shall have a radical change of the judiciary at the next session of the legislature." "Very likely, sir," says I, and I put out quicker, for I was afraid some one would ask me what the judiciary was, and if I knowed I wish I may be shot. I don't indeed believe I had ever before heard that there was any such thing in all nature, but still I was not willing that the people there should know how ignorant I was about it. At length the day arrived for the meeting of the legislature. Crockett repaired to the seat of government. With all his self-complacency he began to appreciate that he had much to learn. The 2 first items of intelligence which he deemed it important that he, as a member of the legislature, should acquire were the meaning of the words government and judiciary. By adroit questioning and fixed thought, he ere long stored up those intellectual treasures. Though with but little capacity to obtain knowledge from books, he became an earnest student of the ideas of his fellow legislators, as elicited in conversation or debate. Quite a heavy disaster, just at this time, came upon Crockett. We must again quote his own words, for it is our wish, in this volume, to give the reader a correct idea of the man. Whatever Crockett says ever comes fresh from his heart. He writes: "About this time I met with a very severe misfortune, which I may be pardoned for naming, as it made a great change in my circumstances, and kept me back very much in the world. I had built an extensive grist mill and powder mill, all connected together, and also a large distillery. They had cost me upward of $3,000, more than I was worth in the world. The first news that I heard, after I got to the legislature, was that my mills were all swept to smash by a large freshet that came soon after I left home. I had, of course, to stop my distillery, as my grinding was broken up, and indeed I may say that the misfortune just made a complete mash of me. I had some likely negroes, and a good stock of almost everything about me, and best of all, I had an honest wife. She didn't advise me, as is too fashionable, to smuggle up this and that and t'other to go on at home, but she told me, she says, just pay up as long as you have a bit's worth in the world, and then everybody will be satisfied, and we will scuffle for more. This was just such talk as I wanted to hear, for a man's wife can hold him devilish uneasy if she begins to scold and fret and perplex him, at a time when he has a full load for a railroad car on his mind already. And so, you see, I had determined not to break full-handed, but thought it better to keep a good conscience with an empty purse than to get a bad opinion of myself with a full one. I therefore gave up all I had and took a bran-fire new start." Crockett's legislative career was by no means brilliant, but characteristic. He was the fun-maker of the house, and, like Falstaff, could boast that he was not only witty himself, but the cause of wit in others. His stories were irresistibly comic, but they almost always contained expressions of profanity or coarseness which renders it impossible for us to transmit them to these pages. He was an inimitable mimic, and had perfect command of a Dutchman's brogue. One of the least objectionable of his humorous stories we will venture to record. There were, he said, in Virginia, 2 Dutchmen, brothers, George and Jake Fulwiler. They were both well-to-do in the world, and each owned a grist mill. There was another Dutchman near by the name of Henry Snyder. He was a monomaniac, but a harmless man, occasionally thinking himself to be God. He built a throne, and would often sit upon it, pronouncing judgment upon others, and also upon himself. He would send the culprits to heaven or to hell, as his humor prompted. One day he had a little difficulty with the 2 Fulwilers. He took his seat upon his throne, and in imagination summoning the culprits before him, thus addressed them: "Shorge Fulwiler, stand up. What has you been dane in dis lower world?" "Ach, Lort, ach, don't know." "Well, Shorge Fulwiler, hasn't you got a mill?" "Yes, Lort, ich has." "Well, Shorge Fulwiler, didn't you never take too much toll?" "Yes, Lort, it hash. When der water was slow, and mine stones was dull, it takes little too much toll." "Well, den, Shorge Fulwiler, you must go to der left mit der goats." "Well, Shake Fulwiler, now you stand up. What has you been doing in dis lower world?" "Ach, Lort, ich does not know." "Well, Shake Fulwiler, hasn't you got a mill?" "Yes, Lort, ich has." "Well, Shake Fulwiler, hasn't you never taken too much toll?" "Yes, Lort, it hash. When der water was slow, and mine stones was dull, ich take little too much toll." "Well, den, Shake Fulwiler, you must go to der left mit der goats." "Now ich try myself. Henry Snyder. Henry Snyder, stand up. What has you been doing in der lower world?" "Ach, Lord, ich does not know." "Well, Henry Snyder, hasn't you got a mill?" "Yes, Lord, ich hash." "Well, Henry Snyder, didn't you never take too much toll?" "Yes, Lord, ich hash. When der water was slow, and mine stones was dull, it hash taken little too much toll." "But, Henry Snyder, what did you do mit der toll?" "Ach, Lord, ich gives it to der poor." The judge paused a moment, and then said, "Well, Henry Snyder, you must go to der right mit der sheep, but it is a tight squeeze." Another specimen of his more sober forensic eloquence is to be found in the following speech. There was a bill before the House for a creation of a new county, and there was a dispute about the boundary line. The author of the bill wished to run the line in a direction which would manifestly promote his own interest. Crockett arose and said, "Mr. Speaker, do you know what that man's bill reminds me of? Well, I suppose you don't, so I'll tell you. Well, Mr. Speaker, when I first came to this country, a blacksmith was a rare thing, but there happened to be one in my neighborhood. He had no striker, and whenever one of his neighbors wanted any work done, he had to go over and strike until his work was finished. These were hard times, Mr. Speaker, but we had to do the best we could. It happened that one of my neighbors wanted an axe, so he took along with him a piece of iron, and went over to the blacksmith's to strike till his axe was done. The iron was heated, and my neighbor fell to work, and was striking there nearly all day, when the blacksmith concluded that the iron wouldn't make an axe, but would make a fine mattock. So my neighbor, wanting a mattock, concluded that he would go over and strike till the mattock was done. Accordingly he went over the next day and worked faithfully. But towards night the blacksmith concluded his iron wouldn't make a mattock, but would make a fine plowshare. So my neighbor, wanting a plowshare, agreed that he would go over the next day and strike till that was done. Accordingly he went over, and fell hard at work. But towards night the blacksmith concluded his iron wouldn't make a plowshare, but would make a fine scow. So my neighbor, tired of working, cried, "A scow let it be!" And the blacksmith, taking up the red-hot iron, threw it into a trough of hot water near him, and as it fell it sung out "scow." And this, Mr. Speaker, will be the way of that man's bill for a county. He'll keep you all here doing nothing, and finally his bill will turn up a scow. Now mind if it don't. At this time Crockett, by way of courtesy, was usually called Colonel. As with us almost every respectable man takes the title of Esquire. One of the members offended Colonel Crockett by speaking disrespectfully of him as from the backwoods, or, as he expressed it, the gentleman from the cane. Crockett made a very bungling answer, which did not satisfy himself. After the House adjourned, he very pleasantly invited the gentleman to take a walk with him. They chatted very sociably by the way, till at the distance of about a mile they reached a very secluded spot, when the Colonel, turning to his opponent, said, "Do you know what I brought you here for?" "No," was the reply. "Well," added the Colonel, "I brought you here for the express purpose of whipping you, and now I mean to do it." "But," says the Colonel, in recording the event, "the fellow said he didn't mean anything, and kept apologizing till I got into good humor." They walked back as good friends as ever, and no one but themselves knew of the affair. After the adjournment of the legislature, Crockett returned to his impoverished home. The pecuniary losses he had encountered induced him to make another move, and one for which it is difficult to conceive of any adequate motive. He took his eldest son, a boy about 8 years of age, and a young man by the name of Abram Henry, and with one pack horse to carry their blankets and provisions, plunged into the vast wilderness west of them on an exploring tour in search of a new home. Crockett and the young man shouldered their rifles. Day after day the three trudged along, fording streams, clambering hills, wading morasses, and threading ravines, each night constructing a frail shelter, cooking by their campfire such game as they had taken by the way. After traversing these almost pathless wilds 150 miles, and having advanced nearly 50 miles beyond any white settlement, they reached the banks of a lonely stream called Obion River, on the extreme western frontier of Tennessee. This river emptied into the Mississippi but a few miles from the spot where Crockett decided to rear his cabin. His nearest neighbor was 7 miles distant, his next 15, his next 20. About 10 years before, that whole region had been convulsed by one of the most terrible earthquakes recorded in history. One or two awful hurricanes had followed the earthquake, prostrating the gigantic forest, and scattering the trees in all directions. Appalling indications remained of the power expended by these tremendous forces of nature. The largest forest trees were found split from their roots to their tops, and lying half on each side of a deep fissure. The opening abysses, the entanglement of the prostrate forest, and the dense underbrush which had sprung up, rendered the whole region almost impenetrable. The country was almost entirely uninhabited. It had, however, become quite celebrated as being the best hunting ground in the West. The fear of earthquakes and the general desolation had prevented even the Indians from rearing their wigwams there. Consequently, wild animals had greatly increased. The country was filled with bears, wolves, panthers, deer, elks, and other smaller game. The Indians had recently made this discovery, and were, in ever increasing numbers, exploring the regions in hunting bands. Crockett does not seem to have had much appreciation of the beautiful. In selecting a spot for his hut, he wished to be near some crystal stream where he could get water, and to build his hut upon land sufficiently high to be above the reach of freshets. It was also desirable to find a small plain or meadow free from trees, where he could plant his corn, and to be in the edge of the forest, which would supply him with abundance of fuel. Crockett found such a place, exactly to his mind. Being very fond of hunting, he was the happiest of men. A few hours' labor threw up a rude hut, which was all the home he desired. His rifle furnished him with food, and with the skins of animals for bed and bedding. Every frontiersman knew how to dress the skin of deer for moccasins and other garments. With a sharpened stick he punched holes through the rank sod, and planted corn, in soil so rich that it would return him several hundredfold. Thus his tastes, such as they were gratified, and he enjoyed what to him were life's luxuries. He probably would not have been willing to exchange places with the resident in the most costly mansion in our great cities. In a few days he got everything comfortable around him. Crockett's cabin, or rather camp, was on the eastern side of the Obion River. 7 miles farther up the stream, on the western bank, a Mr. Owen had reared his log house. One morning, Crockett, taking the young man Henry and his son with him, set out to visit Mr. Owen, his nearest neighbor. He hobbled his horse, leaving him to graze until he got back. They followed along the banks of the river, through the forest, until they reached a point nearly opposite Owen's cabin. By crossing the stream there, and following up the western bank, they would be sure to find his hut. There was no boat, and the stream must be swum or forded. Recent rains had caused it to overflow its banks, and spread widely over the marshy bottoms and low country near by. The water was icy cold, and yet they took to it, says Crockett, like so many beavers. The expanse to be crossed was very wide, and they knew not how deep they should find the channel. For some distance the water continued quite shoal. Gradually it deepened. Crockett led the way with a pole in his hand. Cautiously he sounded the depth before him, lest they should fall into any slough. A dense growth of young trees covered the inundated bottom over which they were wading. Occasionally they came to a deep but narrow gully. Crockett, with his hatchet, would cut down a small tree, and by its aid would cross. At length the water became so deep that Crockett's little boy had to swim, though they evidently had not yet reached the channel of the stream. Having waded nearly half a mile, they came to the channel. The stream, with its natural banks, was but about 40 feet wide. Large forest trees fringed the shores. One immense tree, blown down by the wind, reached about halfway across. Crockett, with very arduous labor with his hatchet, cut down another, so that it fell with the branches of the two intertwining. Thus aided, they reached the opposite side. But still the lowlands beyond were overflowed as far as the eye could see through the dense forest. On they waded, for nearly a mile, when, to their great joy, they came in sight of dry land. Their garments were dripping, and they were severely chilled as they reached the shore. But turning their steps up the stream, they soon came in sight of the cabin, which looked to them like a paradise of rest. It was one of the rudest of huts. The fenceless grounds around were rough and ungainly. The dismal forest, which chanced there to have escaped both earthquake and hurricane, spread apparently without limits in all directions. Most men, most women, gazing upon a scene so wild, lonely, cheerless, would have said, "Let me sink into the grave rather than be doomed to such a home as that." But to Crockett and his companions it presented all the attractions their hearts could desire. Mr. Owen and several other men were just starting away from the cabin, when, to their surprise, they saw the party of strangers approaching. They waited until Crockett came up and introduced himself. The men with Mr. Owen were boatmen, who had entered the Obion River from the Mississippi with a boatload of articles for trade. They were just leaving to continue their voyage. Such men are seldom in a hurry. Time is to them of but very little value. Hospitality was a virtue which cost nothing. Any stranger, with his rifle, could easily pay his way in the procurement of food. They all turned back and entered the cabin together. Mrs. Owen was an excellent, motherly woman about 50 years of age. Her sympathies were immediately excited for the poor little boy, whose garments were drenched, and who was shivering as if in an ague fit. She replenished the fire, dried his clothes, and gave him some warm and nourishing food. The grateful father writes, "Her kindness to my little boy did me 10 times as much good as anything she could have done for me, if she had tried her best." These were not the days of temperance. The whiskey bottle was considered one of the indispensables of every log cabin which made any pretenses to gentility. The boat, moored near the shore, was loaded with whiskey, flour, sugar, hardware, and other articles, valuable in the Indian trade in the purchase of furs, and in great demand in the huts of pioneers. There was a small trading post at what was called McLemon's Bluff, about 30 miles farther up the river by land, and nearly 100 in following the windings of the stream. This point the boatmen were endeavoring to reach. For landing their cargo at this point, the boatmen were to receive $500, besides the profits of any articles they could sell in the scattered hamlets they might encounter by the way. The whiskey bottle was of course brought out. Crockett drank deeply, he says at least half a pint. His tongue was unloosed, and he became one of the most voluble and entertaining of men. His clothes having been dried by the fire, and all having with boisterous merriment partaken of a hearty supper, as night came on the little boy was left to the tender care of Mrs. Owen, while the rest of the party repaired to the cabin of the boat to make a night of it in drinking and carousal. They had indeed a wild time. There was whiskey in abundance. Crockett was in his element, and kept the whole company in a constant roar. Their shouts and bacchanal songs resounded through the solitudes, with clamor and profaneness which must have fallen painfully upon angels' ears, if any of heaven's pure and gentle spirits were within hearing distance. "We had," writes Crockett, "a high night of it, as I took steam enough to drive out all the cold that was in me, and about 3 times as much more." These boon companions became warm friends, according to the most approved style of backwoods friendship. Mr. Owen told the boatmen that a few miles farther up the river a hurricane had entirely prostrated the forest, and that the gigantic trees so encumbered the stream that he was doubtful whether the boat would pass, unless the water should rise higher. Consequently he, with Crockett and Henry, accompanied the boatmen up to that point to help them through, should it be possible to effect a passage. But it was found impossible, and the boat dropped down again to its moorings opposite Mr. Owen's cabin. As it was now necessary to wait till the river should rise, the boatmen and Mr. Owen all consented to accompany Crockett to the place where he was to settle, and build his house for him. It seems very strange that, in that dismal wilderness, Crockett should not have preferred to build his cabin near so kind a neighbor. But so it was. He chose his lot at a distance of 7 miles from any companionship. "And so I got the boatmen," he writes, "all to go out with me to where I was going to settle, and we slipped up a cabin in little or no time. I got from the boat 4 barrels of meal, 1 of salt, and about 10 gallons of whiskey." For these he paid in labor, agreeing to accompany the boatmen up the river as far as their landing place at McLemon's Bluff. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey.